the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend the Safety Doc from down here in the North Star Recording Studio, wishing you well on this Monday night. And yeah, I am doing well. I hope that you are doing well. So let me see who we have here. Our good friend Flying Rich, yo, who was out on the beach earlier tonight. Rich, I had to snowblow 6 inches of snow from my yard or not from my yard. I mean, that'd be kind of crazy, from my driveway this morning. But yes, so I am glad, though, that I know there's warm weather out there. I see people share it or the myth of it in their channels. So yes, the weather is nice by me. Yeah, it's not. But it's about 25 degrees right now. So, but they say 50 in a week or so. We'll see. But yeah. So, but Solitude Surfer and Toy Town Inc. and Vanessa. So, hey, hope everybody is doing well. So, yeah, I wanted to share a few things here. And the first is that, well, the books have arrived. So my first box of books from the Velocity of Information. So this is hard copy. And hey, they're all pro limited. So this is hard copy, and it's been out in ebook for a couple of weeks, and then paperback is also available. But my first box arrives as a hard copy. So I have in back me both of the books, and then actually over here I have some books that will go out to family. Right there, and that's the extent of my books. For the moment, I have another box that is coming in, and then that gets distributed out to a few other sources. So, like to the university where I work, stuff like that. Hey there, Swamp Dog Armory. So yeah, it's exciting. This cover looks absolutely amazing, and then it goes right over to the spine. So the waves of light, kind of, it's a really cool effect. In person, this is a very bright, colorful book. And I was like, whoa. I didn't know what to expect when I picked, this cover. We, narrowed it down to 4, and then we went with this one, but it definitely is it's the right choice. And, it's got a sewn, spine, stuff like that. So these are really well made for my publisher. They're meant to be, library books. So like School of Airs, in hundreds of libraries across the world, as hopefully Velocity of Information will be. So it's always kind of a sign when you get a book to check the quality is you just set it down, and if it stands up, like, it's good. So if it doesn't stand up, then there's problems. But all the books are, they're really well, put together. So, but I'm excited. I went through everything to make sure there wasn't anything quirky in there. Don't want to turn a page and see like an image upside down or something like that. But yeah, so this was done under a publishing contract with Roman and Littlefield. And I believe it's April 11th is the official release date, but it's weird. I saw it moved up to April 1st on Amazon, and the ebook was released earlier than what I thought it was going to be. So if it does get released earlier, that's good. It kind of gets out of sync a little bit with some of the marketing stuff that's been set up, like interviews. I didn't schedule out interviews for the book until the week of April 11th because I didn't anticipate the book would be out. So now it could be out for a week or two, which isn't a big deal at all. Before some of the interviews that I'll be doing and stuff like that. So, but yeah, actually, so yeah, thanks, Vanessa. It does. I mean, in person, I mean, it's even more stunning. It just really, and then of course the back has, endorsements, James David Dixon, reporter of the Detroit News, TJ Martinell, The Lens, Kevin Dalton, mayoral candidate, City of Los Angeles, Morgan Rogue, founder of Rogue Preparedness, in my little condensed bio at the bottom, but it just really looks good. I have wall art of this also, and the cover for the audio book can't be the same as this by contract, because there's a designer, it's all purchased from the publisher, right? They have somebody do this design. So I can't use this design on audiobook because that's different. That goes through different distributors. So I had a graphic artist put together something that looks kind of similar to this. So that's really cool too. But anyway, it's exciting. I remember when I opened my first box of books from School of Airs, this is the very first book right here in August of 2019 that I pulled out of School of Airs, out of the box. And so this is the one that goes with me everywhere, and still it's absolutely in great shape, like this thing is. But so I remember, just my kids and my wife, take a picture of it, and I'm like, it was just weird, like open up a box of books, like I had never had anything published like that before. Hey, welcome New York Outcast, and John Rice. So that was a big feeling. And so when these came in, and they arrived early, like I didn't expect to get these until April. So, they must have fired up the presses and started to get them out. So it was really cool, right? So then I have a certain way that I sign the books. Let me bring that up before we this will be one of those shows that's like, when does it start? At the 48 minute and 11 second mark. So let me, so one of the things I'm narrating the audiobook right now, and my sound engineer listens as I narrate. He'll stop me quite a bit and say that sentence again, and like, make sure you separate the words. So I should have that down better, considering I'm a speech language pathologist. So okay. I'm going to show you, I've been kind of dabbling around with how I'm going to sign. This is authentic, but it's also not authentic. This is a photo, or this is a photocopy of the inside of the book. So let me do this and do this and do this and do this. Okay. And then do this. So that is just a photocopy of the inside of the book. And up on top, I have a blue, and I'm going to zoom in on it. This is an ink stamp that I had made for the book. So any books that I sign for people, any books that I sign will have the ink stamp, but only those books, just like School of Airs. School of Airs has an ink stamp in the front. Let me see if this one does or not. My own. I don't know if I put an ink stamp in my own copy. No, I didn't, because I didn't sign my own book for myself. Hey, David, good job. But this has an ink stamp right up here, which is in my hand. So, about the size of, I don't know, 2 50-cent pieces. And so, it matches the color, and then boom. But I thought it was a nice touch, because that was something I learned with the first book, is to have a stamp with it, because then it's, authenticates it, right? Anybody could kind of sign it, but it's unlikely somebody would have it. Not that my books are going to garner a lot at a marketplace auction there. But anyway, it's a cool touch. It turned out really well, and I like it. So I'm looking forward. And then I'm going to do something a little different on these. I'm going to just sign my name above where it's printed, and then do a 1-sentence, statement here, inscription. So this is just an example. That's a quote from the book, and then put the date underneath. So, and I also had read some authors put, especially if they're like science fiction authors, they'll put the location underneath. So they'll put like March 3rd, 2002, and then their city and state. And the reason is if you ever can travel back in time, you could go to the point where they were when they signed it, right? So it's kind of a science fiction thing. I'm not doing that, but I like this. I think it's a clean look. I didn't want to put the stamp in the middle because then it looks too symmetrical. It's not meant to be a tower, or like the all-seeing eye there. It's meant to just so I might even like turn the stamp a little bit, like rotate it, and when I put it up in the corner. But yeah, and this isn't signed with my good pen right here, my Mont Blanc pen. So yeah, that's just a quick signature with a Bic or something like that. But so like this will never fade. It's just a really cool pen. I think this is the pen that I bought after School of Airs came out, and I have a friend who's a pen connoisseur who found this at auction. He tracks pen auctions, and he said, "This is the one," because I didn't want the one you have to dip in ink and all that stuff. And so yeah, and then when you order the ink for it, it comes in this nice little box and has like a little note in it and stuff like that. Like, this ink was like $50 or something, but I mean, I don't use this pen a lot. It's just basically for signing books. So I mean, I still one thing of ink in here, never changed it out. But yeah, it's like a gold leaf pen, and it's really heavy. It's really nice. Of course, the quality, so it doesn't fade or doesn't bleed through. So anyway, I'm excited. So what I'm doing right now, just so you can get an idea what the shows is, and then I'll come over to chat, but what I'm doing right now with the shows is I am focusing on something from the velocity of information for the next several shows. So that today is the Conjunction Fallacy. I'm going to read a couple pages from the book, what I wrote about the Conjunction Fallacy, because I want to start building up, right, the kind of momentum, right, on for the book, and have some of that stuff out there. So yeah, so it's pretty cool. So I don't know if, and maybe some of you haven't seen this, but I'll put this up to you. I'm having some memory issues here with the computer, so I've had to. So this is my office. So as you are watching me, this is where I'm at. So I'm at that chair looking at the main monitor, and then this floor I had put in over the summer. It was carpet down here before. It was kind of gross, but so yeah, there's a fireplace back here, electric fireplace. This isn't heated outside of this. So in Wisconsin winters, this drops down to maybe 57, 58. So I'm sitting here usually like, with a jacket and a hat on and stuff like that, winter hat. But yeah, this is the setup, which is pretty slick. I really like it. And yeah, so that desk is 70 years old and weighs 400 pounds. That was crazy to move that with professional moving rollers. It was still very tedious and difficult to move. It's just crazy, but studios together. And so up on the wall here, you can see I have these big, I think I can make them bigger. I have these 20 by 30 inch prints of my book. And this is done like on a hard foam board, but the front is completely hard. Like, these are very durable. You get them from Walmart. You can upload at walmart.com the images. So that's pretty cool. And this was like one of my first images when I started to do the podcast. But yeah, up here in the corner, whoa, I'll kind of pixelate it up. But yeah, so that's kind of neat. Well, it is neat. And then I have the audio books that have their own cover, and let's get to those here. We'll get so those are on the right. So yep, Velocity of Information, and then School of Airs. Those are little 12 by 12 placards, same material, and like I got it kind of spaced out here, so it's 4 inches apart and stuff. But it looks pretty cool on the wall. So yeah, that's the audiobook cover for Velocity of Information. That's obviously School of Airs. So So let's get out of those. But so I'm excited. Like it's not real. At least for me, it wasn't real as an author until the books actually arrived, because you never know. Like, is there something last minute they're going to say, "Oh, we couldn't print it," or whatever, or we're going to, I don't know. But when you actually have that, and you're like, "Oh my gosh," it's really cool. So I want to catch up on the chat here. So thank you everybody for falling in. And Solitude, yeah, thank you, buddy. Flying Rich, who was on earlier, and he was on a beach. It's very warm, or compared to here, it's very warm. So appreciate Flying Rich, who was a guest on the show, talking about 3D printing during disasters, how that could be an asset. And I want to have Rich on again, talk more about that. Something we never hear about, we don't think about, but is completely possible to assist in disasters, 3D printers. All Pro Lemonton following in. It's our good friend Swamp Dog Armory. Hey, buddy. Vanessa Kitty. Howdy. Thank you, Vanessa. I still say that cover will look amazing as a Swamp, if you can make it happen. So I can get you the image of the cover, the actual image that the publisher provided me. I can't mark it with that cover, but like I could do artwork. I could do the thing on the wall, like things for me I can do. I just can't resell, right? So if there's some effect I could do with the cover, as long as I'm not selling it, that's okay. It's as long as it's related to book promo. So Vanessa saying cover, yeah, thanks, Vanessa. It does, and it's amazing because I had emailed the cover out to some, friends and family, and some people who had worked with me on the book but weren't working on the cover part, like just like copy editors, not just like, but very important people, but not in this aspect of the book. So they had no idea how this would turn out. So they're like, and everyone was like, wow. And then like blue is a perfect color. And it's just really good. I mean, School of Airs is good. But this is a better cover than School of Airs. So, hey, it's our good friend John Rice. Hope everyone is doing well. Flying Rich, do you read School of Airs? I got, and Vanessa did make a post, a review on Amazon. So thank you, Vanessa. Very meaningful, especially, with her credentials and her, so when someone comes in, right, and they've worked in a background of safety, and then not only that, but then educating, like, military safety, and then education, and they have praise for the book. It's like, wow, that is really cool. So I appreciate that. This was the, I think it's 47 reviews right now, which is really cool to see that. It's like, to think of people, who've read the book and, commenting on it. New York Outcast, good evening. Working on, hey, Swamp Dog Armory is, and so he has amazing experiences of the high school that he attended. So yeah, that's really looking. So thank you. It's a lot of generosity. Yeah, sometimes people will email me and say, "Hey, can you approve the endorsement like I put on Amazon or the review?" And I'll be like, I have no control over that. That's Amazon. You have to contact. It's weird. Sometimes they don't put it up, or else then it's there. I haven't seen one from Flying Rich yet. So he's always like, I just posted it, but then he's like on a beach, and I'm not sure if he has any Wi-Fi, or I don't know. So I'll have to check back. Glad I'm not the only one I have those little flags and those mark where the images are in this book, because when I was presenting, I had a hard time like finding the images. So I haven't tagged up the new book yet. Like the copy I select is mine, the first one out of the box. So I'll start to do that. So, let's see here. John Rice, those are good pens. Yeah. It's really an awesome pen. Who would think a pen makes a difference? But I'll tell you it does, because I was at, I I threw out the first pitch at a minor league baseball game, July 31st, 2019. It was for School of Airs. They were honoring my work and safety and then also the book. So I got to go out to the mound, throw out the pitch, and it was like safety doc night and stuff. It was really cool. But so the general manager signed this ball. You can't even see it. It's so faded. So this is the ball I threw out. And of course, so just a traditional pen, right? Probably just a whatever. And so it's basically gone. There's a very faint signature. I'm debating whether I should touch it up with the Mont Blanc pen or if I should just let it fade away to infinity. So I don't know. I would really have to be on my game to touch that up because the Mont Blanc is not a fine point pen, and I don't want to mess with this too much. So I might just let it fade away. So, but yeah, that was a really cool. Got video of that. That's out on YouTube. I've been thinking of making a nice pen from exotic wood. They have kits. I've seen videos of people do that. That'd be really cool. I like turn pens. Yeah. Outside of like my Mont Blanc, I just, I literally have right here, like this cup of pens, that I use are different ones. I grade papers for the university, typically in blue. So I like to do that. Well, actually, blue and purple, the two colors I grade in. Vanessa wrote, a friend from Arizona came up with his dad. An interview at Dartmouth Medical College. His dad passed on his dad's Mont Blanc pen to gave him during the interview. That was really cool. Yeah, actually, I guess the pen. I never thought about the legacy of the pen. So I have two daughters, so it's one pen. I don't know what. I never thought about that. So, but yeah. Well, actually, so it's cool. Like, because I have the pen because a good friend of mine like searched this out, and it was so weird, right? He's like, here's the link to the pen auction. So like, here's what I would pay for it if I were you. And I've checked like all the other stuff, or I've asked the questions. I'm like, I don't know, but so it's cool. So with that, it's just not like a pen that I bought, like it's a special pen. So it came like really well packaged, stuff like that. You should come on Swamp Dog and discuss some of those topics. I will. Absolutely, I will. So let me know. Definitely want to do that. Yeah, I have a lot of topics. And what I can do, Swamp Dog, is I have a media document that is a front and back, 2 pages. So, and that has like the main topics, themes of the book. I'll send that to you, and then you can get an idea of, say, hey, like I want to talk about this or like this or this. And so yeah, that's really a useful tool. I found that, again, like now that I've in my second book, and I've kind of like, remember I told everybody like a few weeks ago, I'm like, I will never write another book again. Well, I've started to think about what would be the next book if I were to write one. And I kind of roughed out a little bit of an outline. I shared it with somebody, and they're like, yeah, that would be good. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. But when the media contacts you to do an interview, it's best. So on my webpage, so I updated this, but I learned some things. One is like they're not going to read the book, right? Or whether it's a book or anything, like they just want, what are some things I can ask you and that relate to this, right? And what can you give me that I can harvest from when I'm doing a story, which might be 60 seconds on the news. So what I did is I went into, let's see here. I went in, let's share screen. Oh, yikes, share screen. What? Oh, here. Okay. So here is my webpage, and this is safetyphd.com. Although at WordPress, it still has it as HTTP, although it's HTTPS. It's hosted on GoDaddy. And it's like been really difficult to try to get that changed. And I'm kind of nervous because every time I like go in and it's all grayed out, and they're like, well, you could do this or this or this, but then it might like everything that's been indexed might get screwed up. I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. And I did some upgrades with Yoast, the YEOST SEO plugin, and so it's showing up more on Google search and stuff. Anyway, here's my website. It's been around for a while. This header's been on here for probably like 5 years, but I regularly update the website. So all the blog posts, you can find, they're all over here. And here's like the book, right? Both of the books. But over here is it contact? I think it's contact. I updated this. So you can come in here and it'll be like, to find me, here's my email address. You have to put the dot in the @ in there. And there's just, a little safety doc. But underneath it says Dr. Prone's professional biography and professional photo are at the bottom of this page and may be used for media purposes. Please credit Fred Galley when using the photo. So here's my bio, and I updated it this week. I tweaked it a little bit. So if someone contacts me, which they will, and this happens on not a super regular basis, but a couple times a month, I say, instead of having to email people back like the bio, I just say, go to the contact page now on the website. So they just pull out of this bio, and then here's the photo, my professional photo that was taken in August. So, and I said, just pull the photo off of there. So that's something I learned, was that. And then, the books link right out. So velocity of information. Well, right. Yeah. So there it is, which you can kind of see the colors and stuff. There's basically the AP press release right here, which hasn't come out. That'll come out April 11th. But this is largely, I had to vary this a little bit from the AP press release, but it's like 99% AP press release. So, but yeah, so this is the, obviously the web page. And I updated this a little bit too. I'm not real sold on this picture of me. But I'm keeping it there for now. This is a little bit older one that I have. And then here's when I was presenting on PBS and some awards and stuff like that. Testimony is kind of the standard stuff people look for. Yeah, it's kind of one of the coolest pictures as in the first book. But I don't know. There is a little bit of an informality of this that I like. I don't want to come off too polished on this, right? I want to be a little bit of roll up the sleeves, so a little bit of facial hair showing. So there's a reason I've kept that picture. Vanessa saying, I bought another Fisher Space pen with School of Airs hard copy. Awesome, Vanessa. Hey, Jim McIntosh, welcome, buddy. Very, 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 very cool. Is our good friend Bacon Maldito from Inglewood. How many cords wood did so Bacon? I moved my firewood and yesterday. So actually I have 2 cords left. So I burned through maybe 14, and I can show you what I have left. Because I took this picture yesterday. So yes, burned through a lot of wood this winter. It's still not done. I'm burning right now. Let me do this, and then do this. All right. So let me do a share screen. So that's it. That was all in the center of this room. So this entire room basically was all firewood, all the way up to the heating ducts. The bikes weren't there or anything, and there was just a little walking path right here, and there's a little walking path right here. It was about 18 inches, and then it was all firewood all the way down to here, and this was all firewood all the way. And I did close the window. Like I noticed after I looked at this picture, I'm like, oh God, the window's open. So this is about 2 cords. It looks more than that, but actually this doesn't extend very far. So it's kind of an illusion the way that the picture is taken, but that's about 2 cords of oak, maybe like a little more than 2 cords, just a tad more. I'll burn through, like this week it's still in the 20s. So I'll burn through this bottom part yet and a little bit here, and then that'll wipe out I'll be done for the season then. So that's it. So, and as you can see, my bike is over here, and then my daughter's bike and this bike, which is really a great bike, like right here, this on the end, with a bell up here and stuff like that. We tried to sell it at a rummage sale for $40, and I probably paid I think I paid 160. I think the receipt is in there. It's a really well-made coaster bike. It was my daughter's, and then she upgraded it to this Harrow bike, which is awesome, right? It's better than my bike. But then we tried to sell this thing and no one would buy it. And it was crazy because I'm like, this is a really good bike. Like, it's always maintained. Like, the wheels are in great shape. I probably had the tires put on like a year ago. And it just, there's absolutely, it's a great bike. You couldn't pick this up, right? Like at a Walmart or something like that. And so I like marked it down to 20 and no one bought it at 20. So I don't know. I'll list it again, maybe Craigslist or something, and see if somebody's interested in it, because we don't have family that can use it either. You know, that was the other thing I thought is, do I know anybody? Because I had a friend I worked with who we got a little mongoose bike for my daughter when she first learned to ride, and she outgrew that and got this one. And then I gave him the mongoose one, but so kind of weird, like, right? So yeah, that's so fireplace room is significantly emptied, but so yeah. And I cleared out ash yesterday, so I've been pouring it on the garden now. I did have like big pile of ash in the backyard. Look at Mount St. Helens, but I usually dig from that and I start to spread it around the yard like in spring. But for right now, yeah. Harbor Freight, yeah, small lathe. Hey, it's our good friend Jonathan from Guns of Barbecue. Hey, buddy. I was slipping in subscribers. I was under 1180 this week. Now I've kind of rebounded, but I don't think people are unsubscribing from the show. I believe that channels are being canceled, right? Or there's this unsubscription algorithm going on. I don't know. I don't think it's legit. So that I've been losing a few subs. So, but all right. Hey, we'll take care of their swamp dog. Yeah, gotta go pick up the missus. Got it. Only lived one place, bought a cord, ended up selling over half. So one of the worst decisions I made was a neighbor moved to Florida 2 or 3 years ago. And he had firewood outside, but covered up in back of his house. And he's like, hey, like, you can just have this because, you know, right, we're moving and stuff like that. And I was kind of like reluctant, but then eventually, like, I accepted it because I didn't want to be that person of like, no, I'm not in, I don't know. But the stuff was like really bad. It was infested with bugs and just, it was it's bad stuff. So I had burned all of that out, and like everything now that's down there is just from the fall. And then again, I'll burn through that, but you kind of watch that when you keep stuff inside. But it's like, and then when that oak tree fell on my house, I was able to burn that a year ago. So, hey, it's Sass one too many. Sass, what are the gas prices going to do for Cannonball runs? It's probably going to slow them down a little bit. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's just insano. It's DJ Play Nice. Dun, dun, dun. DJ Play Nice. All right. So I'm going to try this, and we should have audio. I'm going to show you what I did this morning. This is 40 seconds long. So watch this. I'm going to try it here. So let's do stop sharing. Let's do share screen, and oh, wait a second. Chrome tab here. Okay. We should have audio for this too. All right, here we go. All right, I don't hear audio for this, so that kind of sucks. But anyway, there's me with my snowblower. And I don't know why it wasn't like getting down. It did after a while. The paddle was fine. I had to check. There was something weird going on. If I was tilting it up a little bit, but yeah, so get out there and clear things off. So, right, we don't want that. So, I don't know. I guess I don't. That had a little theme song to it that I put together. So here I was all proud to have video with audio, and of course none of it worked here. So what is, yeah, I'd even practiced that. So it kind of sucks. But anyway. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you guys hear it? Okay. Well, it's cool. Thanks, CNT Designs. All right. I didn't in my headphones, so what the hell? So, okay, yeah, I did a little clip this morning just for fun because I have a lot of friends who live in warm weather climates. And, honestly, got up this morning, my friend Rodney, a message, and all it is a screenshot saying it's going to be like 83 and sunny where he's at today. And I'm like, good friend, right? I'm like, okay. So I took a couple pictures there, and then I recorded that, the snowblower. So, and actually, some people be like, I never seen that before. What's that like? I'm like, it's like what you saw, Actually, snowblower is kind of fun. So that does make it worthwhile a little bit. So honestly, that's not the best snow. I wouldn't agree. No, it does actually work well. Like I've had that thing for like 18 years. And I had to replace the paddle once on it. So it did. It usually for the rest of the time there, it got right down to the pavement. But it's just, or else usually I have to scrape one time. But yeah, we don't get a whole lot of snow here, and it's pretty good. But as I was looking there, I think I was tilting it back as I was kind of going over stuff. But yes. So it is our good friend Heath. Wow. All right. Heath did a 6-mile bike ride through town on a bike. 75 out. Oh God. Oh man. I'm optimistic like when I hear stuff like that because but all these snowblowers I hear about are in Congress. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Yeah, now I get it. I did get it at first, but wow. So wild times we are in here. So let me bring us into the conjunction fallacy. So I'll put that here. All right. So the conjunction fallacy. This is in my book, and I'm going to read about a page about this. But what the conjunction fallacy is, first of all, this is something we should all be aware of because research has shown. I know when people say that research, what research? Well, I have the research in the book, like a 471 endnotes, like it's there. But the more people tend to elaborate on a story, the more we typically believe it. So I had 3 examples. So I'm going to go through those now. So first of all, what is conjunction fallacy? It's a fallacy of error in decision making where people judge that a conjunction of 2 possible events is more likely than one or both of the conjuncts. I'll give examples so we'll know exactly what this is. So the first example is Doc. Okay. Doc went to the store and bought tofu, eggplant, broccoli, and frozen meatless lasagna. A, is it more likely that Doc is a man, or is it more likely that he is a vegetarian? So, and the answer to that, right, is it's more likely I'm a man because you'd have to be a man and a vegetarian, right? You'd have to make the assumption of vegetarian. But because I gave all these details, like, by the way, this is not what I eat. So, but, you pull more from this. Let me give another example. Example number 2. Doc has a PhD, which I do. And Doc or Doc has a PhD and reads the Wall Street Journal. So which of those two is more statistically likely? Doc has a PhD or Doc has a PhD and reads the Wall Street Journal. So it's Doc has a PhD, because like you might think, well, people with PhD read Wall Street Journal. I'm just using this as an example. There's because that one has been used with other people's stuff, the PhD stuff. But the people miss this, right? There are numerous studies where people get brought in, and they give them 2, 3, 4 details, and people believe that scenario, right, instead of questioning it. So it's this whole conjunction fallacy. So let me do the third one. Aaron drew a gathering, or let's just do this. Aaron drove to a party in South Dakota in a Rolls Royce. Okay, is that more plausible than this? Aaron drove to a gathering in South Dakota in a Rolls Royce, and he is a millionaire. So which one of those two is statistically more likely? It'd be the first one. All these are the first one. I didn't do a very good job of setting this up, but people will say, well, he has a Rolls Royce, millionaire, so I'm going to go with that. So, but this is the thinking. So it's really interesting to watch the news, to pay attention to how the news portrays this conjunction fallacy, because the news will start to link things up and try to sell the story to you, right? Or people will do this in their argument to you on why you should do something. You should do this because this and whatever and this and this, and you're kind of going back and saying, I don't know if you can prove the other things, right? I relate it to that, right? So this is where people, again, get in this kind of trap where once you start to link things together to a certain point, it gives this illusion that you're more of an authority, and then people typically tend to believe these statements. And then there's a point when that kind of also just collapses. So it's called, again, conjunction fallacy. So yeah, it is. It's amazing, because when I wrote about it, this is something that happens to people frequently, and it doesn't matter if you're a PhD or an MD or an accountant. It doesn't matter. If what matters is if you're trained to detect conjunction fallacies. So it's one of these things where people say, well, people who have higher degrees, and I'm not trying to put this out there as a degree thing. You know me, I'm not doing that. But this will be the argument I say people with a higher degree would identify the conjunction fallacy, but that's not true. At university, MD, PhD, they do the same thing with conjunction fallacy. The same beliefs. They believe the conjunctions just as everybody else does. So it's just like if you've been taught about this, if you have critical thinking at any level, any time in your life, you sat around with your family at a campfire, or maybe you are a PhD, you've thought about this, but you really have to be aware when people are trying to string things together. I guess maybe factual information, things that could be facts, but they're trying to string things together. So, and then it becomes this conjunction, and people fall for that. And then it's, so let me give an example from the book. So I'm going to actually read this for us right now. This is from pages 51 and 52. Whoa. Of this blue book here, The Velocity of Information. So yes, available on, places that sell books. So the hard copy is expensive, yes, because they sell these to libraries. Paperback is much more affordable. It's great, same, very well made. Doesn't have the hard copy, but ebook's a little bit less. Audiobook comes out next year. That'll be a little bit less than that. That'll be the most affordable version, but yeah, I mean, in paperback though, it hits a nice price point. So it's kind of the thing. Like when they sell to libraries will say, we want hard copy because, right, it gets loaned out and people mess around with it and bend up the covers. So I know none of you would do that except SAS. It's banned from a lot of libraries, bending covers. Okay, here we go. This is, I'm reading right here. Conjunction Fallacy, page 51, the velocity of information. Here we go. In 1983, world-renowned psychologists Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman published a groundbreaking study on intuitive human cognitive bias. They showed that when subjects are asked the likelihood of several alternatives, including single and joint events, they often make a conjunction fallacy. That is, they rate the conjunction of two events as being more likely or more plausible than only one of the constituent events. They presented the following fabricated scenarios to 115 undergraduate students at Stanford University and the University of British Columbia. So here's this fabricated study that they gave to them. Here we go. A health survey was conducted in a representative sample of adult males in British Columbia of all ages and occupations. Mr. F was included in the sample. He was selected by chance from a list of participants. Which of the following statements is more probable? So again, this is their study. They're asking people which of these statements is more probable. A, Mr. F has had one or more heart attacks. B, Mr. F has had one or more heart attacks and he is over 55 years old. The seemingly transparent problem elicited a substantial proportion. 58% of the people selected B. They said that he had one or more heart attacks and he was over 55 years old. So remember, you can't ever have the conjunction be more than the single event, right? Because the conjunction would always contain the single event. But 58% of the people said, no, it's more likely that he's over 55 and he's had multiple heart attacks. So let me turn the page here. All right. This example and countless like it reveal that we are subject to the conjunction fallacy, where we regularly violate the laws of probability due to a vivid story. The error in decision-making happens when people judge that a conjunction of two possible events is more likely than one or both of the conjuncts. Innate human reasoning infers that the addition of more details increases the probability of two events occurring simultaneously. Again, people, once you give them a few details, one detail, okay, now 2, 3, 4, they believe it more if you give them more details. It is an explanation for why liars tend to add additional or even excessive detail to a given lie in order to predispose the recipient to accepting the lie as truth. Liars tend to give a lot of details. Like your stories are really, really detailed. Sorry. If the detective brings them in and is questioning them and, they have 35 points that they can identify from the night before of what they were doing, that's the story that they worked on, right? However, the more detailed outcome is just that, more detailed. It is not more plausible or more likely. In fact, the probability of the two events occurring together in conjunction is always less than or equal to the probability of either one occurring alone. In other words, a conjunction cannot be more probable than one of its constituents. Which of these statements might you have deemed to be more probable on March 25th, 2020? A, the governor has ordered people to stay home. B, the governor has ordered people to stay home and state highways are closed. Previous studies of conjunction statements imply that the majority of people presented with these statements would select B. Fortunately, conjunction bias collapses in on itself when too many conditions are stated. Most people are able to identify the mental trickery of a statement with a dozen conjunctions. It no longer makes sense from a face validity standpoint. Okay, so let me put my little marker, which is just a note card, right? Everything's sophisticated there. And yes, so that's what we're talking about right now, conjunction fallacy. So if you, right, conjunction fallacy, if people give additional details, you have to start asking yourself, at what point does it start to feel weird. Like, at what point is there this face validity feeling of all of these things? Like, these 11 things happen? Like, yeah, the stores were shut down and the governor shut the highways down, and there's blockades at the highways, and there's whatever, and they're closing the bars on the on ramps that you can't get on, and the stores have to close at whatever time. And so, people start to get embellished into things, and they have this thing called negative vicarious rehearsal. That's another chapter in here, where if things happen, they start to believe that they're happening like right outside their door, and they start to act that way. So, but it's a good thing to look at media headlines and things of what are they trying, how many points in this are they trying to sell you on? Like right now, is there anything with inflation right now with the economy, a conjunction fallacy? So if you have one, you can write one down. I'm trying to think of one offhand, but it would be, like the price of gas is at least, $5, and, people are commuting less. So that could be a conjunction fallacy, right? So it could be the price of gas is $5, or the price is $5 and people are commuting less. But we know a lot of businesses right now have told people to go back to work, and actually the AAA has come out and said more people are driving right now. We're getting into a spring vacation season. So even though the price of gas has gone up, people continue to drive. So that's a conjunction right now. Right now, like next week when I do the podcast, and gas is $15 a gallon. Yes, that probably will be accurate. Those two statements, they'll no longer be a conjunction. Like those will be two factual statements together. But yeah, that's where people will try to, will try to, I don't know if they embellish their story, but they embellish it to a point where if you can detect these conjunction fallacies, you basically just bring them to light. Like they fall in on themselves. And we saw a lot of that in the last 2 years. We're probably seeing a lot of it now. So let's see here. So I'm pulling out some from the, okay, Vanessa had and or statements combined into one long statement, arg, yeah, which is, and that's a good sign, right, Vanessa, that it could be a conjunction fallacy, right? When you start to see that. Now, most and people, especially during the last 2 years, the events of 2 years, want more information. So the more information that is given out, especially if it's from perceived authority, people just kind of scoop it in and would go with it, even though you could say, yeah, like I had a chapter. Well, I have a chapter in the Velocity of Information where my daughter, who was 9 at the time, was saying, that school was closed, which it was by the state. The state closed school in spring of 2020. And she said, they're closing down all the playgrounds in town and they're going to dig them out. So we went out and we were checking the conjunction fallacy. Well, one is her school we knew was closed, but we went to it, had a sign right on the door, like, school's closed by order of the governor. We went to the parks in our town. The parks were closed. And I have a picture in the book where there's a sign from the city, park is closed, wrapped in police tape. The third thing, though, was that her friends were telling her is they're digging out the playgrounds. And so we went, didn't find any playgrounds. We found one playground, big pile of sand, but they were going to put in a volleyball court. So sand was there for that. So the conjunction wasn't right. And it didn't make sense also, because we started to question it. I sat down and said, this is, yeah, we know school's closed, but I don't know about these other things. Like, let's go check them out. And at some point, like the conjunction fell apart on that. And it was, schools are closed. Yes. The city closed the parks. Yes. Was the city removing the parks? No. The conjunction fell apart at that point. So, but yeah, so you could go into, boom, all of these things. So you could take that from the city's the schools are closed, the city's closing the parks, they're digging out the parks, and they're putting in emergency medical facilities and tents and stuff like that for patients at the park. So you could like keep going down, and they're asking people to volunteer to do. I mean, like, so you could go like 5-6 steps into this conjunction fallacy. And how easy would it be in spring of 2020, or I don't know, maybe even today, but to get people to go along with that, right? Not hard. We know that under just typical circumstances, 58-60%, more than a majority of people go with the conjunction. So that's the point, is to challenge these narratives when people try to elaborate them. And people at all levels, like from the very top, to just, maybe someone that you work with, or just someone who's very panicked, right? Or even a relative who's just like really nervous. Like I said, it was my daughter who was saying, this is happening, and then they're closing the playground, then they're digging out the playground. So I'm not sure all of those things are happening. So this is one from Bacon. Troops start guarding street intersections, and doors of distance get welded shut. So that is a conjunction fallacy, right? So one, are troops? So the thing would be, are there troops, or is there like law enforcement guarding street intersections, which there were at times? So that's authentic, right? Is that happening? And are distance doors getting welded shut? I didn't see that, except our friend from Washington University, who they tried to kick his door in, Bacon, but no. But see, that's a conjunction fallacy. The news for the past year keeps hinting about a grid failure. So yeah, so you guys are getting it here. So I don't want to sound like it like you didn't have any clue of what this is, but I'm giving it because honestly, when I researched it, I wasn't sure what this was until I started to get into it a little more, and that's why I wrote about it, because I wanted people to be like, oh, so that's what's happening, is this conjunction fallacy. They're trying to, people try to link things together that aren't necessarily associated, right? And then what is most accurate? Like, you come down to, like, again, the schools were closed with my daughter. We know that was accurate. We got the messages, schools are closed. The parks, we could check that out. We could validate that. Digging out the parks, we could validate that. So Mr. Putin instead of President Putin. Whoa, convey illegitimacy. Rogue statement for his part. Yeah, media is good. Right. So that could be something. Mr. Putin has led Russia for 29 years, or it could be Mr. Putin has led Russia for 29 years and is the president. So if you had those two check boxes, what would most people check as being most accurate of these two statements? We know from conjunction fallacy, they would say Mr. Putin has led Russia for 29 years and is the president, right? So that's what they would do. So you got it right there. So yeah, all prices are $4.99 tonight. Oh God, yeah, I guess it's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, I've never experienced anything like this. I predicted $7. Sass said under Biden. Hope I'm not off too much. Yeah, I was. Who knows where this could run to before people just right, because and then people would curb their traveling. But I don't know. I don't know, or how much the business is. Well, see, here's a conjunction fallacy, right? So the conjunction fallacy would be that gas, there's a gas shortage or whatever, and let's see, the conjunction could be that the stock prices of gas companies are going down, which actually they're going up. So it's probably not a good conjunction fallacy. I have to think that one out a little bit more. But but there would be some thought in here that some people will be like, oh, like, those companies are probably getting hammered right now because they can't meet their demands, but there's no alternative, right? You don't go somewhere else for that. So yeah, New York outcasting reminds me of so-called Glock perfection. Yes. Vanessa, using correlation to claim causation. Correct. It does not implies causation. Yeah, it does. Excuse me. Yeah, it does not imply causation. Yep. So absolutely right. Just because two things happen in a similar time, or there could be something, does not mean that they are related. And that's an example. Let's say San Francisco, people breaking in, to smash and grab robberies, and people saying, well, that's due to the pandemic. Well, it's happening during the time of the pandemic, but it was happening before that. And it's, it's the pandemic likely isn't causing this, right? It's the policies of not enforcing. And if, you steal $1,000 or under, you're not prosecuted. Plus phones are allowing people to quickly assemble these kind of smash grab mobs. And so, but that's again where, correlation tries to, I think, connect things into the Loki, which we talked about in previous shows. But the Loki is the Norse god of chaos. And it's a quick way to just kind of blame things. Oh, it's because of the pandemic, right? So, and then you're kind of washing your hands of responsibility. And right now, we hear, inflation is because of Ukraine. Well, no, inflation was here well before, the Ukraine being invaded by Russia, or even kind of, threats of that. So, that's a convenient low key to say, oh, it's because of this. So correlation and causation, right on. So I'm going to pay more attention to the conjunction fallacy. I'm doing it now, kind of, but I'm going to kind of ratchet that up. I'll be returning to Face Validity Fridays when my audiobook is done. I record Wednesday mornings and Friday mornings. And I don't record for long because my voice just doesn't hold out for the quality of that. You can tell after 80 minutes, it drops. It gets more breathy. And so it's not a problem. The recording studio is 2 miles from my house to just go in and spread it out over more sessions, to have it more of a consistent voice. So that's for School of Airs. I'm recording the audiobook for that. But when I go back, I don't do Face Validity Friday because I record on Fridays. But I'm going to go back and also add a new layer on Face Validity Fridays, and it's going to be conjunction fallacy. Do we see a conjunction fallacy in the headline? Or do we find one in the article? So we're going to kind of train ourselves into that. So let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Heath, e-bike, 13 cents for 25 miles distance at 35 miles an hour. Wow. And electric bike or moped is supposed to be 25 or less in this. Oh, for miles per hour. Okay. Yeah. At some point, maybe I will go down and get an e-bike. I don't know. My bike is a workout machine. That's what I use it for, but I do like traveling out in the countryside and things like that. So maybe at some point. So I know I've gotten up to 47 miles per hour. Holy smokes, on an e-bike. Wow. That is wild. That is wild stuff. 47 miles per hour. Holy smokes. That is okay. So, all right. So conjunction fallacies. And so let me go back into that chapter. I just want to see what I followed up with on that. I had to read the book several times when I prepped it for the narrator, because you have to make sure, is there somebody's name, last name, and I don't know how to say Nikolai Razavayu. They're like, how do you say this last name? So you kind of you put notes throughout the PDF of it. But what else? Oh, that was the end of that one. So, and then I have all the citations. But the reason I put conjunction fallacy is I experienced that a lot during 2020. People would say, again, there's everybody has to wear right, a mask indoors or outdoors, and the borders are closed to the other states. Like you can't travel. So those would be the and I'd be like, okay, I'm not sure about the and part, right? And they'll be like, well, no, I just talked to somebody. So then I have to kind of work on my own network and validate and say, we have different sets of information, but I can validate the other stuff. I can go to websites or official government websites, but let me do, and does anybody else have a conjunction fallacy that they want to share? And sometimes these things can be like, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things that they can link together. And as I was reading this, I didn't write it in the book, but when they teach you to sell, things like cars and stuff like that, they're specifically told not to do the conjunction fallacy, right? They're coached on that because when you start to do too many things, like the vehicle can do this and whatever, you basically are trying to interview the person to see what do they want. Are they trying to get safety? Is it mileage? Is it something that looks cool? Is it affordable so it can be financed? Like, what is their main selling point? And then you hone in on that. So if they want something that is just within whatever price range, you can touch on the other things, but you're not trying to get deep on that. You're really digging in deep on, we can make this affordable for you, the payments and stuff like that. Or if it's safety, yeah, by all means, like here it has these safety features, an airbag and whatever, but then you're not going to talk about fuel economy, right? So, and that's the thing where if a salesperson does that, especially if they don't close the sale and someone comes back, the more time they have to think about things, if there's all the conjunctions, they typically will not come back. They'll talk themselves out of the deal. Even if the salesperson is sharing accurate information, they came there for a purpose, and it was likely not all 5 of those things. Or, is it sporty or stylish? Is it safe? Is it fuel economy? Can I finance it? And, whatever. So they were looking at one of those things in mind. That was their leading thing. And once you kind of took them off of that, it distorts their thinking a little bit. So it's really important to be, the first thing you do is like just interview people, right? Like, what brings you here? Or somebody comes into a store or whatever, and what are you looking for? What do you get your needs? And then after you get more information from them, you can figure out, okay, is it this? Is it safety? Is it affordability? Is it that it's the most fancy and modern or whatever? And then boom, hone in on that, go into those details, and then leave the other ones. So this is from Andrew. Andrew saying the Jussie Smollett attack had too many factors that made it impossible to happen. Yeah, I think so. Yep. 2 guys wearing MAGA hats. Saw Jesse call them names, make country rope. And in addition to that, right, he went to a Subway and he still had a Subway sandwich, which was perfectly intact after he got attacked. And right, there were several things in that that is an example of a conjunction fallacy. Perfect, Andrew, right? Of too many details with that, and that's where the investigators started to say, well, how about this or this, and then it's pretty strange, right, that the Subway sandwich that you ordered and had with you was still completely intact after all of this. So yeah, that is an example of too many factors that then the detectives were, as they go through and they're attempting to validate and assemble all these together, it's like it seems less and less plausible, which it turned out in court, right, to be that. So this is Vanessa, people's lies all in conjunction make for a good example. Yeah. And so again, it's something the more somebody puts together this elaborate story for you on why something is, kids do this, that I'm like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So versus someone who's just saying, yeah, here's what happened, right? Or okay, then what else? What do you remember from it? Or they try to bring up some details, but they don't have like a time by time minute script of it. So this is from Bacon. My conjunction fallacy involves humans somehow thinking they need government and still they want to be free. So yeah, how could we put that one together? Humans, there's something in there with like a Hobbes Leviathan and a social contract. So I don't know what that would be, but wow. Yes. Vanessa wrote, 1 tire flat at barracks, then 2, then 4. One knows what happened next. GI parties every shift 3 weekends in a row. No more flat tires. Yeah. So, wow. That is really good. So, so we've got it down, and Andrew, he said, did have a great example with that. But let's go back to Andrew's example here. So what was covered on the news, right? All of the the details seemed, per the news, to make this very credible. And there were very few people. There were some challenges to this, but not many, right? And especially, I don't know which TV shows in particular, I probably won't mention them, but they were taking the more and more and more details as authenticating this further. And of course, as you indicated, and then they try to get behind it, but then all of those details have to stick together. I mean, there could be one thing you misremember, right? Or something that's not accurate or whatever. Oh, I thought I did this, but I did this. It's like, well, that could happen, right? If you're but there were, when there's just weird things, and so that's the conjunction fallacy. So, right. And Vanessa's talking about, where this kind of ties in with probability, right? If you have a flat tire, like I haven't had a flat tire in years. So suddenly you have one flat tire, and then a week later you have another flat tire, then another flat tire, and you're like, what is going on here? So the probability of this stuff starts to collapse in of itself too. So Dave Chappelle. So, okay, I'll have to check that out. So, yeah. So it is many people subscribe to this thing called negative vicarious rehearsal, which I'll do a show on, but they want to believe it. And if you just say it to them, they're not going to question you. They're just going to go with it. So, and then they take it and they amplify it and they give it to the next person. It's like a bad game of telephone, right? But there are a lot of people out there who do this. We know 30% of people will only take a headline and pass it. They won't look any deeper. So it's in the book. So we already have those 30% of the people, but people feel like they're getting okay, there's more information. It's authentic. And this is where the book really gets down and dirty, like where Joe Dolio is interviewed, is corporate security executive of interviewing people, and like how do you start to identify what is authentic and first order, second order, third person, fourth person information, and some absolutely fantastic examples in there because people want to believe. And if you if you can stick it to maybe 3 or 4 in a conjunction and you're pretty convincing, right? And no one is totally scrutinizing your stuff, like, not a police investigation, you probably have a chance. Like, you probably be okay unless something obviously gets proved false. But it's people that don't know when to stop in conjunction fallacies. And then that happens, right? It's happened in the last 2 years. people telling us more and more and building upon more things. And as Vanessa said, saying it's causal when it's just correlational, it's just happening at the same time. Then it becomes a big problem because people get overwhelmed, they get nervous, they think things are happening to them that are actually happening 1,000 miles away and won't impact them. So yeah, and people in general just aren't, again, they're not taught to do this. It's not corresponding to how much college you've had, how much training you've had, your certifications, your field. It's really, have you been specifically trained, practiced in conjunction fallacy? Have you actually done like a face validity Friday, like we've started, which I think as I'm doing this outline for a new book, I think this whole face validity Fridays would be like a section in there. I think there's a lot that could come into that, but have you actually sat down with 3 other people and gone through some headlines that say, well, this, whatever, this, and let's look this up, or, okay, this is a low key, the pandemic is a low key, this stuff was happening before the pandemic or whatever. But, and then you have that, you just see it, but people, that's just not their thing, right? They just go with these headlines, this first piece of information, and if it's more elaborate, they go with it more. It's like Aaron Rodgers trade, right? I don't know if he's been traded, but here in Wisconsin, this is nonstop on the news. Aaron Rodgers is going to be traded. Aaron Rodgers is going to play next year, and he's going to be traded to the Broncos. Okay, well, he's probably going to play next year. And is he going to be traded to Broncos? I don't know, but he's probably going to play football somewhere next year. So that's the conjunction fallacy. He probably is. It doesn't seem like he's giving an indication he's going to retire. So, and then it's like he's going to go to the Broncos, and the Broncos are going to send 2 first-round picks to Green Bay, and then Green Bay is going to do this, and they're going to do. It's like unlikely, right, that that's going to happen. So let's go. This is Andrew to Vanessa. Oh yeah, I saw it as a player and as a dealer. Old boomers who always had the worst hand and then get luck, then they think they're a good player. Yeah. That's a good point. Kind of the casino thing. There's also the thing called positive recency, right? So like if you hit on red 10 times and a roulette wheel, you'll bet red the 11th, even though it's still 50-50 chance, right? But you'll be like, it's going to keep going. Mass psychosis. So yeah. So mass psychosis is a kind of a newer term we've heard. It's similar to negative vicarious rehearsal, but it is different. So yeah, I would talk about that. So mass psychosis. Thank you, New York Outcast. So yeah, so let me know what you think down, as in the chat here or things. But so I'm contemplating roughing out a proposal for another book, and I might change the title of this. This is what I think I would call it. Well, let me say it. If I type it, someone will go in and steal it. I think I'm going to call it finite voltage, and then social credit instead of score. It would be whore, like whore show. So social credit whore. So meaning, right, that government wants to identify us by facial recognition. We see what's happening here with Ukraine, right? If you're an oligarch or by association, you can have your bank account shut down or your services. So, and finite voltage is a term in a term in the velocity of information. After 90 days in chaos, people kind of hit the wall. It manifests as finite voltage. So there's a chapter on that. But you'd kind of be at a perpetual finite voltage because everything you did would be hyper scrutinized and measured by these algorithms or people, right? Every move you made, everything you bought, every location you went to, everything would be monitored. So you'd always be at this kind of finite voltage, this breaking point, because all of us would be hyper scrutinized. I copied out a thread today from one of my friends who's a reporter. He shared with me a thread, And there was a man that went from the US to Canada for something, and he wasn't vaccinated. So when he got to the border, they said, you can't come in. And he was going through, and they were saying, if you came in, you'd have to be vaccinated. And then also, like, we would track you and this stuff. And so he went through this whole process, but this thing was saying, I've lost access, right? Like, at least now, or maybe permanently, to, he had relatives there and stuff like that. So it was quite a powerful thread, but I want to get more into that. I couldn't do that with the velocity of information because the book focused on the speed of information and how quickly it gets and how targeted it is toward us. And I felt a few times like if I would have branched off into some of these things like social credit score, which I think about a lot, then it changes the book. So that's maybe like the next book can talk about social credit score, and then how it would just basically always keep people on an edge. Like, you would never be detached from it. And like, you'd have to go through extreme measures to not be a part of the systems. So, like, would you be willing to do that when probably most people wouldn't? There was an experiment back like 30 years ago. I think it was in California. And researchers approached parents and said, we'll put a little microchip in your kid's wrist, and they won't feel it or anything, but it'll always be there. And then as they walk in and out of school, like, this is RFID thing, school, they'll always know if they're there or they're not. And they said, if there's like a shooting or they get lost, we'll be able to account for them, like where they're at. And it was something like 80% of the parents involved said, yeah, sounds good. And no questions, right? They just were like, okay, because it seemed like it was something to do with safety. It was customer perceived value. I'm getting the safety quality. And they just went with it. So that's where, again, I think there's a book, but I don't want to just do a book on social credit score, because like that's been done a lot. And, social credit score system in China and Japan has social credit score to some extent, but I want to do a twofold in there of like, how does your mental state of this finite voltage exist in a social credit system as Americans? What if this is happening, right? How will this change? Like, everything you do would be measured, like even from whether you gave a tip at a restaurant or not. If you drove 2 miles over a speed limit, like that would come into a thing, like or other. So it's really weird. So yeah, Venice is saying social credit score, every decision scrutinized and censored. I think we can have a permanent author. Yeah, right. 1984. So I don't want to write another 1984 because I couldn't do that. But I think there is a book to be, there's a book waiting to be written that would talk about kind of, the digital current, kind of all of this happening really fast, and how people might or might not adjust to it. And then how do you navigate that? How do you remain that you actually have options? So everything now is kind of opt-in, right? Like, you would get a message on your phone, a year ago, it'd say, hey, like your phone has a pandemic app, you can download the other part of it to complete it, and then wherever you go, like, this will be reported, and then we'll know data better. So right, that was on everybody's phone, like Apple and Android. But when is it where it's no longer an option? When is it just forced upon you? Or like Social Security, right? Or banks saying we're going to facial recognition. So that's just the way that it is. And or if someone, they said we're going to go to a digital, dollar, and of course, right? So I want to bring up, I want to upload a video here. So let me do that over in Brand. Oh, here, I see the interface. You guys are like, Brand. Let me do this because I want to talk about, I wrote about this in the book. I didn't get into it in depth because, again, it kind of would shift the direction of the book. But I'm going to upload this and show this video. It's like 45, 50 seconds long. It's a video. Some of you have seen it already. I've had it out on since the 31st of March, 2020. It's almost 2 years I've had this video out, but it was Bellevue, Washington. I took screenshots. Their police department at the start of the pandemic encouraged you to go to the website and report people who were having gatherings that were exceeding more than 3 people, right? So you could take a picture, you could upload pictures from your camera, your drone's camera. There was a Google map you could drag down. Absolutely crazy. Submit their names, anything else. So there's 2 reasons to do that at the start of a pandemic. One is to enroll people, to make them feel like they're doing something. We've seen that in previous pandemics, wars, strife events. You give people a job and it makes them feel like they have a purpose and agency. We kind of see that right now in Ukraine. Like people who are coming into the country, like 20,000 freedom fighters, they are interviewing a lot of these people and are like, well, it's kind of my agency and purpose right now. And there is something to that. So this is one of those things of agency and purpose that you give to people to kind of get them through so they're not panicking. So, hey, your purpose is to watch during World War II, they used to do this for people who are back home. Like, okay, your purpose is to go out and at night you're going to walk these 3 blocks and make sure everybody has their lights off at 10 o'clock or something. So if a plane flies over, they can't see them. The second purpose is that you create people to report on other people, to spy and report on other people. And so the first purpose is to enroll people. The second purpose is to spy. So I only wrote about enrolling in the book because the moment I would have shifted it to the other thing, it would have changed the book. But let's watch this video right now. And I want to tell you what's happening with this stuff. There's a new development. So let me show it. Again, it's like 45 seconds. You should have audio on it. Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or 2. All right, that's a pretty good video, considering if I ever return to PBS, I'm going to see if they'll let me use that. I was going to use one of the screenshots from that in my book, and it was not allowed. So, but all right, so let's think about that right now. So, what happened to all that information that was submitted? So that your information, you're the one that made the report, you submit these photos. So can you get those through public records requests? Did the police follow up on? They were already down, remember, they had COVID, or they were told to work in split shifts and not be close to each other. So it's a pretty crazy thing, right? To have that little video we saw. But let's think about this. Right now, what's happening is hackers are going into these systems. It hasn't been Bellevue, but it's been other places. This was all across the country. They're hacking these systems, and now they're making it public and saying, here are the people who reported their neighbors. Here's the list. Here are the photos they sent in, and here's the little dialogues they sent in. So imagine that, what that's going to mean for doxing, what that's going to mean. I mean, it's not, there won't be legal ramifications because there'll be immunity because it's a government site, but it's really weird, right? So what's happening? People are saying they're being harassed now because their neighbors are saying, hey, you're the person that reported me for, and I had 5 people in my driveway, but that's just because I went and got groceries for all 5 of us. And we were just there for a moment. They were grabbing their groceries and they went back to their house, and you snapped a photo. And now I'm on this government website, and, or I got a fine or whatever, or, who knows what it is. But so that's really crazy. And then they try to erase it. Like that site is gone. Like most of these sites are completely gone, and they're scrubbed. Not only gone, they're scrubbed from the internet. You can't find anything. Wayback Machine, all stuff gone. But I have the stuff, right? So I'm like, I know this happened because I have the evidence, I have the receipts. So it's just crazy. It is just crazy. But I think there's something with that to be included in another book. This whole finite voltage thing of saying, use that example and break it down more of, okay, we saw quickly, again, there's two things. You could either enroll people because you want to give them something to do, which is a good thing. Or you enroll people to be an extension of your enforcement, which probably isn't a good thing. And at that point, it didn't make any sense to do it, right? Because your police force was already severely strained, and they're only responding to car crashes, bodily harm, stuff like that. They're not going to have excess resources at that time to do this. So it was kind of this weird coercion attempt. And the reality is, I look at that too from a propaganda standpoint. I have the book Bernays Propaganda, and I kind of wrote about propaganda and the philosophy of information. Again, it was a book that had to steer had to stay in its lane because, it can't be a conspiracy book. But, you could probably run ads on local TV in Bellevue, Washington, and do some signage, some dynamic signage and stuff to get the same effect. Like people would have largely complied. Like the whole thing of asking people to report on their neighbors the end effect could have been accomplished through just doing public service, saying, hey, this is what we're asking you to do, not have gatherings of people and things like that. And, and most people, again, that's the weird part of this as psychologists. We know most people would do that. They would go along with that. Most people would. So you had a choice. And I wrote about that very clearly in the book. There's a chapter called Fitness and Fortitude, which is phenomenal. And there was a clear choice where you could have gone with this. You could have used propaganda. Propaganda usually has this bad tone to it, right? We think about propaganda, but propaganda is just a term. And we have Yellowstone National Park because of propaganda, right? I forget the name of the photographer who was out there in the 1870s taking photographs and sharing them with other people and say, we really should preserve this place, right? And government officials got on board. And then they used this propaganda campaign to get Congress to set it aside as a national park. But yeah, the whole propaganda to what it looks like right now is it's different than it's been in the past. How we've used it as Americans, I guess. I wouldn't say worldwide, right? But I would say as Americans studying it, going in the book, the way we use propaganda is, boy, I don't know how I want to exactly frame to put that together. I have to think about it a little bit. But it's not, we used propaganda to inspire in World War II. We had something called the Committee for National Morale, talk about them on a chat, but a group put together in 1940. There were artists, there were Frank Capra, who was a film producer and so forth. And they tried to figure out what appeals to people and how can we get them ready for war through short video clips at movie theaters and images. There was this thing called the Road to Victory, this artwork at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. And that was very effective, right? But we didn't do that with what we went through the last 2 years. We certainly didn't do it back in December when the White House came out and said, this will be a winter of death and badness. And I still have a statement. I'm like, holy smokes. That's not propaganda. That's just weird. But propaganda was meant to inspire, and sure, I mean, there were outcomes, right, that you wanted out of that, but professional government propaganda was much more curated than it was in the last 2 years. It was just really scattered or non-existent. And I pointed that out in the velocity of information, where had somebody kind of taken the lead on that, it could have been very well done with, I don't know, not a lot of effort. Like, there were a lot of things in place that you could have kind of all lined up and just said, fitness and fortitude. Again, I don't want to get it too much into it because I'm going to go through and talk about a different podcast. I'll read that. But so yeah, so even propaganda right now, let's think about this from a propaganda standpoint from the government. All we hear is, this is going to be a horrible 1 to 2 years coming up for Americans. We've got to deal with it. And the reality is that the propaganda coming out right now, the propaganda should be emphasized on what you can do. You're self-sufficient. Hey, you. Hey there, New York Outcast, C&T Designs, Heath, Vanessa. Like, you are self-sufficient. You have the capability. So, doing a garden, or here's how to organize your trips so you're not using as much fuel, but I mean, I'm not saying like these are directives, right? I'm saying this is the propaganda approach. It's where it would empower you and say, hey, like, boom, we're Americans. But like, no, it is just a talk down to, like, hey, it's like you've been spoiled or whatever, and this is your punishment, like, for whatever. I mean, it's so weird. And so from a propaganda standpoint, the folks running the propaganda are crazy with this stuff. They don't know what they're doing. And that's where I've said many times, I would be great at this. Like, I was a guest on the Mallard Report after the I think it was 2017, the missile silo, or the inbound missile thing in Hawaii, right? They had all these alerts going out, hey, inbound missiles. It was false. And then they came out with all these bizarre cover stories, right? It was a computer thing, or some one person like did it by accident, and then pretty soon they were doing a computer upgrade, and then the person got reassigned, and then the person left, and then the person vanished, and eventually, like, you couldn't find the person, like there was no record. So and this was very fast, like in 10 days, like at least the story changed like 4 times and the person vanished. I'm like, and then they actually made it sound like every state had its own like nuclear detection system. Like, then California was on a standby, and like Idaho. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way, right? I mean, I know enough about it. It doesn't work that way, but hire me. Like, I'll do a per diem. I'll come up with a cover story in 30 minutes for you that will work. It won't have the conjunction fallacy. That's where they kind of fell apart. The conjunction fallacy on the Hawaii missile crisis was very apparent from the start. And it's like, if you just would have said, and I don't know what happened there ultimately, but if you just would have said, one thing, right? Like, we're doing a drill, and this got into a public communication because we had both systems up. They would never be up if there was an authentic event. There's measures to prevent that, but during this event, to see how things align. I mean, we had both up. This came over. It's done, right? So we've made the correction in the system and all of the other systems that would have had this, so it couldn't happen in the future. And people will be like, okay, like, got it. But no, you had to like identify a person, and then like you had to reassign them, and then it was this other thing, and this thing you're doing, and I'm like, well, what? And then in person you couldn't find that, and then like reporters try to find this person at a house and be like, person's like, they don't live here. I don't know who this person is you're talking about. Like, yeah, like, give Doc a call. Like, I'll help out the red, white, and blue here. I won't give a black eye to the red, white, and blue. Just give me a call, and I'll help you through your story here and make sure we don't have a conjunction fallacy going on. But man, that's just nuts. So let's go over to the chat here and catch up. So I appreciate all of you. And And I think we're at like 2,500 watch hours. So it's increasing, which is good. Have to get to 4,000 to be monetized. So, all right, let's see here. I got quite a bit to, catch. Okay. Andrew saying low tips equals low credit score. Clary's going to go to the gulag. Yeah. So who knows, right? Who knows? I mean, but everything, right, would be measured. It's crazy. Do your due diligence and research. Don't just believe New York. Absolutely, New York outcasts. I'm teaching a class right now, a university class, and so it's for aspiring school leaders, and one of my students asked, so it was, he asked, why do superintendents buy these really crazy safety systems? And we're talking about one which was an igloo. It looks like an igloo. It's bulletproof, made of ballistic material, whatever. But so, and they bought it for their schools, very expensive, and and so this probably isn't a great example, but the vendor told them this will protect your students in the event of an active shooter. They can all go in the igloo and they'd be safe. So to test it, and I had this on PBS. So to test it, the superintendent or principal, I think it was the superintendent, went inside this igloo and people start shooting. Well, you don't know what, are they shooting a 22, right, or 44, who knows what, at this thing. And then eventually it's done. They shoot at it for a minute, and then like he opens the hatch and he gets out. He's like, hey, I'm fine. And of course everyone's like, whoa. And then they say, we need these. But the due diligence and research is like, well, where have these things been used? Or, they put them in classrooms. It takes up a third of the space. How long does it take you to get kids inside of these things? Is there any, are there code violations that come into place? Is this really going to do the effect in a scenario? I mean, what if kids are out on playground or a hallway? These things would have no impact. I mean, so, but yeah, so we talked about that. And one thing I brought up to him is I said, listen to vendors, because when I go to conferences, which I don't go to many conferences, but vendors will say, or if vendors contact me and say, hey, like, will you either have me on your show, or will you consider doing like a commercial we'll pay you for? I'm like, no, because but I'll ask a little bit about the product there. Let's say it's an app, and they'll say, well, it's in 308 schools. I'll be like, tell me about how you developed this app. You're like, well, it's in 308 schools. I'm like, that's where it's at. It's at 308 schools. Yes, you could give me the addresses for 308 schools that have bought your app. That's not research. Like, where did you test this? How did you test this? Did you have students with disabilities involved? Did you test it with kindergartners, high schoolers, at a off-site 4K program? I mean, where did you have a pilot? How did you get feedback? How did you change the system? And they're like, and then pretty soon it's like, oh, all these schools that bought it, that's your pilot site. Although you're really not tracking data, you're just hoping something doesn't go wrong there. So yeah, let me get down here. Vanessa wrote, how about the nanny state and what you are allowed to buy or do for your health, etc.? Yes, which I think comes into what would be included in the next book, right? I mean, and we tend to forget these things. That's why I think writing about them would be very valuable. I don't know who else out there remembers maybe 5-6 months ago when it was a solid week that the mainstream media on a daily basis was saying, oh, aspirin is not good for you, right? Like the baby aspirins, don't take those anymore. And maybe aspirin should be behind the counter and only per prescription and stuff like this. That happened. And I went out and I bought additional aspirin, but it was really strange, right? Here I went into journ.org. I found, you Google an aspirin plus heart attack or stroke, or so you find like 10,000 studies over 80 years or something. I mean, and I'm like, well, these aren't all wrong. Like, what's new? What changed this? Yeah, and it was really weird. It was, yeah, some strange government messaging on that. We still have aspirin in the stores that I go to. It's still $2, even with inflation for a bottle of like 100 of them. But it was weird from a face validity standpoint. It didn't make sense. What suddenly changed this? Because something like that has a ton of studies and a ton of doctors who say take your baby aspirin, or the protocol. We know that the protocol has worked for people. Oh, they've had a heart attack and someone, crushes up some aspirin and gives it to them as they go to the hospital, thins out the blood. Those are axioms. Those are things that are proven. There's not much to be debated on that. And suddenly, like, aspirin was bad. Don't take aspirin. And to the point of, should stores sell aspirin? Is it irresponsible? So I think that whole thing of as you said, the nanny state, but there was more to that, right? I mean, if we really think about other things that were happening at the time, that's where when you write a book, you have to be careful, because if you go too conspiracy theory, the mainstream publisher is not going to touch you. So that's like, if I want to do this with another mainstream publisher, I kind of got to stick in a parameter. I don't know. Maybe I might venture, and I don't think I would self-publish, although I could. But I don't know. I'm going to do something maybe a little different if I do a third book, or I don't know. Again, School of Errors and Velocity of Information are extreme works of scholarship. And they stay, though, very, very much in their lane. They're not narrow. It's very deep. But, I can kind of slide you over to think about social credit score in Velocity of Information, but I can't like go over there because then, right, publisher says this book is now out of a scholarly realm. So let me, I'm not going to do anything right away, but I'm going to kind of think that out. If you have comments, want to post some ideas, be like, hey, Doc, I think like this. I appreciate that. So yeah, that what we have for choices for health. Heath said something snaps on the inside of these people. I try to avoid. Yeah. So Heavier Goya, who I follow and follows me, which some of you, might know of him and his work, but he's alluded to that in some of his recent posts. Is there are, some people who hit this wall of finite voltage and they're changed after that. And once they snap, they don't recover. And we know that also from World War II, right? So many days in combat and frontline, you were either killed, captured, or mental collapse or missing in action. But people who hit that finite voltage, which in World War I you call shell shock, in World War II become more of a traumatic, post-traumatic stress thing. But they didn't reintegrate well, if they ever did at all. Like the studies say, if you get people to this point, or whatever, EMS, police, and they hit that finite voltage. One of the things I'm really worried about now, and I'm going to I think I'm going to write a journal article about this for like Crisis Response Journal. I've been brewing this around in my head, but the whole thing with going from the pandemic to Ukraine and inflation kind of together. So the pandemic and riots was a comorbid chaos event, which I wrote about in my book. It's comorbid chaos event that's extended, goes over a long period of time. And at least one of those is extended, the pandemic, and the other one can be extended or episodic. The riots happened, then they didn't. So you get done with that. And now we immediately exit that for Ukraine, threat of war, threat of nuclear war, and inflation becomes the next comorbid extended crisis. To leave one extended crisis that took 2 years and go into another extended crisis that could take 2+ years is brutal. And a lot of people are not going to handle this. They're going to crack. It's horrible. And we're not doing anything from a government standpoint to try to build the mental resilience of these people. What have you seen the TV commercials to build mental resilience, or the 30 minutes at night, presentation on different aspects of resilience or the American spirit or whatever? No, of course not. Have you seen leadership try to build up, Americans? No, it's a talking down to, and it's a bleak outlook. I mean, like I feel I should frame that from the White House in December of saying it will be a bleak and horrible winter of death and whatever, because I'm looking at that saying, who in the world thought of this? And then how did this get approved? And then also how did it not get stepped back, even if it went out of saying to have some humanity aspect of stepping that back? I look at just with this weird irony of just crazy. Like it doesn't jolt anybody. You lose credibility when you do that. But so anyway, we're doing this, and which I'm going to talk about when I get interviewed, with philosophy of information, stuff like that, by the media, saying, you're going to have this sense of crowd and behavior. People surrounded themselves with things that made themselves comfortable, right? Like Netflix, new vehicles, nice clothes if they could get it, buying a pool if they had, house, whatever. And then they expect it when the pandemic would be done, right? They would be able to kind of go back to what they were doing, their normal routines, going to the park, going to the gym, regular shopping at their grocery store, and, movie theater, biking, seeing relatives, whatever. It'd be 2019 all over again. But that didn't happen. So people aren't investing in new businesses, right? Because they're not going to put their neck out right now when they're like, oh, great. Like now we're entering another extended chaos, comorbid chaos event, 2 things or more happening. So, okay, let's say the pandemic is done, which the media is kind of, they'll mention it, but for all practical purposes, let's say it's done. You have the threat of war with Ukraine, whether that means, right, that U.S. troops would be involved, people that or I've had many people tell me that they're very concerned about nuclear war, that the U.S. would be targeted. Many people, airline pilots, relatives, people that I know who are 80, 90 years old say, oh, I got to remember the drills like back, in the 50s and 60s for nuclear war. I'm terrified. And that's what they're saying. So all of that messaging is out there, and it's real. I mean, realistically, this is probably the closest we've been at nuclear war since the fall of the Soviet Union. So, and then, so you have that, and then you have inflation, which is where things are costing too much in the stores, inflation plus maybe supply chain. So that's been out there, price of gas, how are we going to pay for our heat? How are we going to pay for, utilities and other things? And it's not only the things that are, we're not going to take a trip to Disney this year. It's like, we've got to rework this shopping list and knock a couple items off of here, right? Because we only have so much money. That's the point that it's at. So these things exist. Like I wrote about it in the book, previous examples, the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl, right, existed comorbidly for many years. But you didn't have a government that talked down to you and threatened you. And you had these civilian campaign morales, or that doesn't make any sense. The civilian morale efforts were there, whether they were through organic levels of church or communities doing this, or clubs, right, doing this. Or in government, right? FDR eventually had the New Deal. You can think what you want about that, but local government and even national government with FDR and his fireside chats, we're not talking down to you. In all of FDR's 30 fireside chats, he never said, Vanessa, New York outcast, you're too greedy with your, vehicles. If you would choose to have a more earth-friendly vehicle, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are in now. Or if you would choose to eat all, soybeans, we wouldn't have global warming because of methane and these right. So you can kind of see where these things are going. If I would say if you ever have a chance, listen, FDR's fireside chats were maybe 30 minutes long, and it would always start with my fellow Americans, and I understand the hardships you're going through and the nervousness with the banking system, and I experienced the same things, but we are strong and we have resolve, and people are working very hard and you're working very hard. And then he would read letters that people send him. He got 8,000 letters a day or something. I wrote about it in the book. It was really fascinating, the approach that he took, right? And you could do that now, and you should do that now, right? It's kind of like at the movie, what is it, the Batman Rises, at the end, when the guy who's eventually Robin, there's the kids in the bus on the bridge, and Batman's trying to fly this nuclear bomb out over the harbor, and Robin tells him, get in the bus, and another adult's well, why? It doesn't matter. And he's well, you want to give them hope. Pulls this guy aside, let them have hope. Eventually Batman saves everything, but it's kind of like that. We're not being given any hope. So part of the other book is, once you put these systems in place, also I guess you're making these choices, right? So all of us, we've made the choice to give up the social contract through the Patriot Act, through whatever will come out of this, through a digital dollar, through identification, through vision, scanning our faces and stuff like that, visual face scans, stuff like that. Ultimately, we've handed that over in the social contract. But there's a point when, in the last 2 years, we handed over, it might be more than that, but it's recent. It's very recent. We've handed over empathy, meaning we don't expect a government to have empathy toward us, and at least pretend to have empathy. I'm not saying even genuine empathy, but you would expect a government. It's kind of like I remember when, was it the Spatial Columbia explosion, right? Or maybe was it Challenger? It was Challenger. It was in the 80s, and I was a middle schooler, and I remember one student coming in and saying, hey, this was on a TV in another room or something, and then suddenly everybody learned about it. And then I remember President, I believe it was Reagan at that time, going to the funeral, and it was on television, and meeting with the families and things. And I'm we don't have that type of empathy that's portrayed today, either authentic or an appearance of empathy. And one thing, I'm running for political office. It's less than a month away for election. That's one of the things. We have a gathering debate type thing, not a full debate, but kind of your positions and stuff on coming up later this month. And one of the things is, outside of the objective, needing to do the job, the mechanical parts of the job, budget and decision making stuff. The other part is quality of life and empathy. This governing body needs to express that it cares about its constituents, and also does things that are congruent with that. And not that I'm saying that they don't do that now, but at our local level, but it's not there at a state and national level. And I think that's where when you go into those roles, you're really a servant leader, and at least to listen and to reflect back to people and encourage people, Churchill or FDR, Eisenhower, be really overt. And we just tend to beat people down, and that's where the social credit type system is coming into place too. You're going to have incentives to do things to get a higher score, but it is going to kind of be this oppressive system. It's going to have more you have to comply. There's not an empathy part, right? There's not an empathy part if you're having a bad day, or you were up at night worried about something, and then you jaywalk the next day because your mind's on something that lowers your social credit score. There's no empathy in that system. So we are getting closer to a system that has no empathy, a system of government. And when that happens, like people don't care. Like, right? I mean, um, it is really strange. Um, I I talked to one of my friends. He lives in Germany. We were talking a couple of days ago, and I said, "What are you seeing there?" And he said, "A couple of strange things." Because I see people who are in their 80s, 90s, who come out and are ready to fight because he believes they miss the excitement of war. Now, when I air conflict, and I don't want to say that in a callous way or a one off way, because we do know that at the onset of war or pandemic or some disaster or chaos, there is a period of time when it's very exciting because it's new. Even if it can be very, I don't want to conflate exciting with like horrifying. Those can be concurrent things. It's still like it's new and exciting, even though it might be horrifying. Um, but there are people that kind of, he said, have that where they're kind of feeling like the time that they were most alive in their lives was back when they were like 15 years old and World War II was happening. Like they want to recapture that. As weird as that sounds, but from a psychological standpoint, psycho linguistic analysis, stuff like that, there you can understand the excitement. It's not decoupled from the horror of the instant, but the excitement is there. And then he said the other thing that wasn't being covered by the media was the McDonald's were all being burned to the ground throughout Germany. And I said, why? And he said, because they're still operating in Russia. And the German people are saying we don't accept that, so unless, McDonald's shuts down, we're going to keep burning these McDonald's down. So I'm like, I didn't know any of this. So he sent me pictures. He's like, yep, this is all going on. Well, of course, like everything is spoon fed. It's measured to you, curate it through the media. So yeah, it's really crazy. It's really crazy. This is a New York Outcast. I'll tell them something and go get a New York strip and a salad just to make a point. I could go for that right now. Yes. I've been hungry for something. I don't know what it is. Yeah. It's kind of like a steak burrito or something like that. But Vanessa, cradle to grave monitoring her every moment and decision life. Yeah. It's kind of like the Truman Show, right? I mean, so that's where if I do write the third book, the trilogy, it's kind of this weird thing too. I was reflecting on like when I finished presenting on PBS in 2019, we were talking, the PBS folks and I were talking, and they said, you can come back, and do like another presentation of kind of where this goes, because the first presentation was 2013. And then 2019, I was getting into a lot of stuff like the deep fakes and how that impacted safety. So like 6 years later, 2025, I came back and did the trilogy. I completed the trilogy. What would it be? And I don't know. So I'm like, that's interesting. But I'll probably come back to PBS. I'll probably, if they have me, but it was kind of an offer. I had 2 great presentations that were very popular. Like my 2019 presentation aired nationwide last week, I think, because I got a lot of emails. I woke up in the morning, and because my emails at the start of it, and the safety doc stuff was at the start. I did a little keen thing there because I asked him, like, on the initial slide, can I put like my book had just came out, so I had an image of the book. I said, I need to do this for credential building because, like, right, this is a huge presentation, the importance of it. I'm a steward of this information. And yeah, I've got the PhD, I've got the university affiliation, but on just this one slide, this is going to be important. So, and it was, right, but it's also getting people more aware of, I wasn't trying to sell books or anything, but I wanted people to know, okay, a book that's the author is tangible to credibility. And then, the safety doc stuff was on there too. So, but then my email address, and I put that on there on purpose, right? Because I wanted people to give me feedback on the show. So I could have left it off, but there's like every second of that presentation had like a reason. But so yeah, that went. But anyway, so I've been thinking about this weird trilogy because I have the 2 books, and people then ask you, "Are you going to do a 3rd book?" Initially, I was like, "No," and now I'm like, maybe. But there's 2 routes. Like I could do a school safety book on kind of the whole pandemic stuff, like either a forensic thing on that, but that's a small audience, and it would be good, but I don't want to go down that. Like velocity of information was my escape velocity from only being recognized as a school safety expert. Like I reworked my bio after this book came out. I think I made the leap. So not that I'm turning my back on school safety, but I don't want to go back and do another book on school safety. I think I want to go from velocity of information to kind of the social credit score, finite voltage. And if I did it. So I've got a couple of things in my favor, right? Because being on PBS twice and having 2 successful, very highly viewed, rated presentations, still get cycled in today. You kind of have your invite back for a 3rd time, right? And then it's the same thing with books. Once you have School of Errors was successful, hundreds of libraries sold really well. It's coming out in delayed paperback, like I'll do audio. And so that book is continuing to do well. That then opens a door for velocity of information. And that had some things in it which I couldn't do in the first book, then because I knew me, I was a successful author. I completed everything. They give you greater allowance to use images, right? And to do some other things in the book that I wasn't able. So then you not basically, but if I stayed with the publisher, you probably have a 3rd contract. If I went to another publisher, you could have 2 published books and say, I'm out there. So, your risk here is probably pretty minimal, and they would probably do a 1 book deal with you. So, but I don't know. There's another part of me is like, I don't know if I want to do that. It's so much work to do a book. Like I would peg velocity of information at 3,000 hours from start to finish, including all the things with editors and graphic artists and yeah. I don't know. The other, I don't even know if it would be publishable like a book on social credit score. I mean, I think a lot of publishers wouldn't put it out there. And PBS, I think I could, like I said, I think I've got the standing invite to return, but who knows if that would happen or not. But regardless, like I have 2 presentations and 2 books. I don't know, but it's kind of weird when people ask you like, what are the next things you're going to do? And I'm like, just give me some time. I just got this book is coming out right now. I've got development with that. I've got some other things that I want to do. Hey, it's Bob. He goes, hi, Bob. Sorry, Bob. He goes, hi, Doc. Finally able to catch your stream. Hope you're having good. Hey, everybody. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Bacon said, I thought they were burning down McDonald's because their ice cream machines are always broken. Explaining why DLD Dark doesn't like them. Yes. When I was a kid, McDonald's ice cream always worked. Army Navy store sells flavored crickets. Oh my goodness. Hot pepper crickets have good flavor. Wow. Here, Vanessa's saying, if I was on recall to active duty, I would be there. So, and I think there's something with this, Vanessa, and maybe let me know if what I'm saying here is right, but there is an adrenaline part of this. I don't want to discount the professionalism of your career in the military. I'm saying there's another part of this that I think is in that, and it's that there is this sense of excitement and adrenaline and newness and chaos and unpredictability that comes into that, which people seek. When I interviewed Robert Travis, I have him in the Velocity of Information, a crab boat guy, right? He said basically like all the people on there were like me, like they loved chaos. They loved unpredictability. You're punching people, you're getting in fights. It was just this crazy time. And that's what everybody's mindset there was the same. and very nonlinear. So Vanessa, I mean, I think there's a combination of nostalgia. When I say nostalgia, like of this longing for something, maybe it was camaraderie, maybe it was getting to use some awesome technology. Like I watched Battleship New Jersey with Ryan Szymanski, the curator. So that channel, which is really cool. And, he'll bring people back who served on the Battleship New Jersey, and which was still active, I think, through the 90s. And these people will say, or the former sailors will say, when they're back in there, they'll say, it was exciting. Like you have this, massive machine and all the things that it can do, and the orders, and trying to calculate this stuff out. And it was just some, they said just being here is just like, they're just excited, look at all this stuff. And I think that's there. And part of that's like firefighting too. So, let's see here. Bob was hoping Ting was in the house. Her newest video, such a wonderful vid, gave me goosebumps for these. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, no, she hasn't been in here, but I'd like to see that. So, miss the tools. Yeah. Yeah, I remember, the firefighting stuff that when I was, doing that in the 90s, just the equipment, right? The fire trucks, and there's a reason why firefighters like to hang out at the firehouse, like volunteers and stuff, because I mean, you're around these $500,000 complex machines, this machinery that is almost in awe and this amazement. And then when you do come, onto an active scene, stuff like that. But there's something to all of that, right? But on this kind of getting back, yeah, Ting's video, maybe, I don't know, Bacon, if you can post a link to that. So there's this thing called finite voltage. It's in the book. I'll do a show on it. After 90 days of chaos, there's a Battleship. That's a really good channel, Ryan Szymanski. It was strange too, because they started it. I mean, when the pandemic hit, they couldn't do the tours on the boat anymore, the battleships. So they were really nervous. Like, what are we going to do? And so they just started to do basically like a camcorder. And so the first like 10 shows are really great. The audio is horrible, stuff like that. And then they got a following, and they started to figure out the technology. And then they now the boat's open, and they still do these. And I think they have a big following, and people go there just to see like Ryan and the other people. So like, it was amazing how that took off. Ryan's a really great guy. So let's see here. This is Jim. Jim saying, I worked on Spartan Motors cab line years ago. Time card number 911. Oh my God. Vanessa, used to get calls to go out and watch the SR-71 come down in Alaska to refuel and refit the cab. It's amazing, right? I mean, just those feelings. And I think people have this nostalgia. Great short, USA, the crowd singing, that was heartwarming. So, yeah. And this is something I think that would make the next book is we've lost the propaganda side that has to do with nationalism. I know, and again, I'm not saying propaganda is a negative. Propaganda prior to 1940 was not a negative word at all. Propaganda is how we got Yellowstone National Park in the 1870s. So, but we've lost that. When have any of us seen an uplifting "We Are Americans" commercial, right? Or speech or rallying? State of the Union wasn't that, and it's crazy that we don't have that right now. And just go back to FDR in the 1940s and the fireside chats to get an example of what it was like when you did receive things like that from your government, from your leader. It doesn't have to just be the president, right? It could be the government, but our press secretary doesn't convey that at all, at least to me. I mean, these messages it's like, you're being blamed. It's a Safety Doc podcast. But oh my gosh. So yeah, so finite voltage, 90 days in the chaos, people burn out. A lot of people do. If chaos extends more than 90 days, which is rare, but it happened in the last 2 years, right? People start to crowd in. They surround themselves with things that they make them happy. They get rid of their smaller house because they want a house that has a yard because maybe they have to work from home. They get a nicer car, nicer furniture, pillows, Netflix, all of those things, comfort items, because the world is really nasty, unpredictable, chaotic. They want to stay away from that. So, yeah. So that's where I also wrote about it in the book. In spring of 2021, it was very common for people to keep their Christmas decorations up in their yards. And that was, there was a reporter from Chicago who went around and was observing that and interviewing people. And that's in the book too. And probably some of us did that, right? You had like a Christmas tree, which turned into like a, Valentine's Day tree and a St. Patrick's Day tree and stuff like that. And they actually sold on Amazon ornaments for the trees. Like they picked up on this trend pretty fast. That's kind of gone away. But with crowd-in behavior, you're not going to go out and join an organization, a Lions Club or a league or something like this. You're not going to necessarily try a new, start your own business. Like we'd have a storefront and things like that because, hey, I could be deemed non-essential. All this could be shut down. And especially right now when you're like, oh my God, inflation and a war. These are comorbid, long, by long, the definition is more than 90 days. In the book, I define out the stages of chaos. I'm the first person to do that. So otherwise, chaos has been defined as binary. It's either chaotic or not. But I said there's 4 phases of chaos. And then, so it's 90 days extended chaos. And I'm like, these things, right? We've gone from 90 days this comorbid 2 years, pandemic, riots, or social unrest. We exit out of that and we enter supply chain inflation and war, another comorbid more than 90 days. And that's just brutal. That's horrible for everybody. Imagine now if you're a kid, like now this is like going on 3 years, maybe 4 or 5 years where you're under this type of stuff. It's really brutal. And we're not used to that. For like 70 years, we didn't have to encounter that. The last time by definition in the US to do that would have been, what did I say? I think it was the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. I don't think there was an event after that qualified as a comorbid too significant. So World War II obviously was there, but I don't think there was a comorbid, like half the country was in drought or something. So like this isn't familiar for people. And now you get hit about back to back with these things. And that's not the bad part. I mean, that is a bad part. Hey, it's Jew Gold's Slavia. So by the way, please subscribe. You're new here, Cartman. Let's do this. Vanessa, I'm thrilled we get to vote every year and every 2 for Fed positions. So, and people get to vote in less than a month for me for political office. Bob says, agreed, doctor. We need something to get everybody together once again. Absolutely. There should be. So, Bob, this is where my good friend Bob, you can go on Amazon right now and get this book. So this hard copy is expensive, right? Because it's library edition, but the paperback's $35. I know it's a lot of money, especially a lot of money right now. It's well worth it. If not, I'm telling you, honestly, go to your library and say, there's this book out there, The Velocity of Information by David P. Broden, right here. And I want you to order this because like I've read the samples I've listened to him. I've read this. There's like 40 pages on Google Books or something. And libraries will typically order it. So really like just go to your library and I mean, they will order this because it is a scholarly work and it's, scholarly publisher and stuff like that. But, and then, they'll loan it out to you. A year from now, it'll be out in ebook or not in ebook. It'll be out in audiobook and that'll be very affordable to listen to the audiobook. But there's really cool custom figures, stuff like that in the book. But I talked about that, the whole, how we used to do things, right? The Committee for National Morale back in the 1940 came together, and how morale was portrayed in the U.S. There was again an entire committee. Dr. Seuss, remember Dr. Seuss? Like there's a moose next to a goose or something like that, or there's a green eggs and ham and stuff like that. He worked with the Committee for National Morale and military psychiatrists on imaging and communicating the messaging of war. And it was, so it was, I don't know if it was honest, but it was accurate and it was uplifting. So you could see yourself in these images. And we don't see any of that now. Like, there's no Committee for National Morale. We don't even see, like I said, we don't see commercials on TV. We don't see ads on the radio. Nothing's in media. The government could be paying media. They could be producing some of these things themselves. Or instead of a State of a Union, you could have airtime, right, for your, president or governors or different positions to come out and boost people up and say, hey, like, we're capable of doing this, or like we're doing a great job with this, and continue. And so again, I'm going to go through a chapter I wrote called Fitness and Fortitude, which is a campaign which never happened. And I argued it should have happened in March of 2020. And I lay out exactly how it should have been put together, and that most of it was already built and nobody activated it. But that's missing today. It is really missing. And again, I think more that vanishes the more we have automation, social credit score type systems, these types of things, less value on civic organizations. I talked about that, Lions Club, JC's, Kiwanis, they're all pretty much dying. Like, statistically, their memberships are just gone, right? Good organizations, but they're not replenishing. And I think in that blog post, I maybe did that a month ago, like their average age in these groups the age group was 60 to 80. That was like the most of their memberships, was in that, most of their members. So it's crazy. But that's where I'm very much, I'm not for trying to do this in a way that's not, how should I say, empathic and not genuine. But I think there's a genuine way to compliment people, or to say, hey, like, you've done a great job here, sticking with things over whatever time, and thank you. And so, like, as we continue, like, here are things that we have to look forward to, like, as a government, like, we're working on some really, like, even if the government just points out the obvious, like, hey, there's some really cool 3D printing stuff that advanced during the pandemic, which it did, like sharing of files and people being able to, like, tweak parts of ventilators and stuff. But you could say, like, the ability to 3D print is going to revolutionize things. It's really exciting. We're leaders in this as a country, and home printers, now they can contribute and strength. When people want to hear that, wouldn't people be like, yes, thank you? Like, I had Flying Rich on the show, who some of you might follow Flying Rich. So he had, he's a 3D printing enthusiast and has 3D printers. And, we did a show on 3D printing in disasters. He said, geodesic domes, you could print very rapidly, and you could store, essential supplies, maybe food, things like that, immediately out in areas for people, for 3-4 days, or here's some other things that you could print. And so we were just going to town, like, he had this stuff, but we don't hear about that, like, right? Nobody talks about that. Or, like, I don't know, you can say what you want about Elon Musk or Elon, right? I don't know, I don't follow, I'm not a big fan, I guess, but I'm not against Elon Musk. But like, at least he comes out and shows the optimism of what's possible, even if it could be wrong, or like, okay, I can get Starlink or whatever the hell it is over in Ukraine and it's there in 12 hours. Or when the kids were caught in that mine in South America or whatever that flooded, or some cave, and then he's like, I can create a rescue craft, a small tube or whatever, and get it down there in like 48 hours. And people are like, whatever you're doing, and Jim just posted a link. What's it for? You can post links, it's fine, I just gotta know what it's for. But yeah, it is, we just don't have that. So, I gotta re-up. Let me know what you think about this, because I'd like to have somebody on. I mean, it could be one of you to kind of talk about this, and or even as you talk about, maybe Ting, or Vanessa. I mean, but I think there's a definite. Well, I completely believe there's a void in championing us as Americans, or as a state, or people, or citizens, or what we're capable of just as humans. And it's just not happening. And that is a very strong point. Again, I'm running for political office, and we'll see April 5th if I get voted in or not. But that's up front with me. I'm very much like, yes, like, for the community that I live in, that's the political office I'm running for. There are a number of things that are assets to the community, which rarely get mentioned, or if they do, I don't know. I don't hear about them. We should be much more overt, or challenges, opportunities, and great things that have happened, and that, or just that we're capable of, too, as a community. Like, we had horrific storms 2 years ago. That's the one that dropped the oak tree on my house, and neighbors coming out helping neighbors, and the public services, working hard and to get things rapidly back open and stuff for people. I mean, and yeah, it gets covered in the newspaper, for a day or two, but there needs to be more than that. There needs to be, like, your alder persons going around, your mayor thanking people for that, or even a letter, that comes out from the mayor's office to everybody, something like that, or a parade. And that might sound ridiculous, but you do that in my town, like, when they have homecoming parades, like, there's thousands of people that come in, from all over, like, to show up for those. And it's kind of small parade. But if you would have done that after that, big sections of the town were severely damaged, and people kind of get back, and just an appreciation parade, right? Like, just a flat out, streets would have been lined 3-4 deep. Absolutely. And run it with, some of the people, some of the builders in the area that help rebuild things, right? Some of your public works things and whatever. And people will be like, well, then you're advertising for your builders. We'll figure it out. I would much rather have something that celebrated our community overcoming this big hit, right? And I think maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But if I'm right, then it's not only that. There's another part of that, which is it becomes a transitory event. It marks the end of the disaster to some extent, and it moves you forward. And psychologically, some people need that too. So, not that I would do it for everything, but for that specific incident, I think I would have done it. So I don't know. But anyway, if I'm voted in, then they'll get to hear me talk about that. So Jim's saying, I hate it. Not enough money to even maintain my double wide plus rent. I think, was that, Jim, did you post here? Oh, that was a disability. Yeah. So I'm sorry to hear that. It is our friend Zippy, who was a recent guest on the show here. Hey, Zippy. 40 minutes to change a mobile and CPU. Oh my God, this guy's working all crazy. I'm telling you, that's why you got to stick with Windows 7. This has rarely let me down over 10 years. And that's the truth. So, yes, the system is not perfect, but it has rarely let me down. So, Zippy lives in an area too, which is proximal to where the tornadoes rip through, like, Kentucky, and right before Christmas. And I've got friends who live down in that area, and just recently, in the last week, I said, "Tell me what's been going on," because like we didn't have the media covered it, right? Of course, ABC and NBC, CBS, they're all down there for like 3-4 days and they leave. I said, "Are you getting additional support?" And they're like, "No." I interviewed Katie Pashana of Cajun Navy Relief after the hurricanes, Irma, Harvey. And, she said, we stick around. We're there helping people rip out their drywall and put a new drywall while everybody else is gone, right? Well, FEMA's gone. And I'm like, and this is something too, I don't know, I'd either do an article about it or write it in a book, like it's things, but we should have a civilian well, first of all, Cajun Navy Relief, there's different organizations like Texas Navy and stuff. But if you just say Cajun Navy, that's really broad, but there's a specific Cajun Navy Relief. But those organizations we need to champion and spotlight more. Which I wrote about in School of Airs. But in addition to that, in addition to Cajun Navy Relief, we need, like, I don't know, 200, I don't know, military or kind of this like specially trained, is rapidly deployable domestic force. And people say, well, that's FEMA. That's not FEMA. No, that's not FEMA. But where they can get into this Kentucky area and they, to stabilize it, and then to bring in their 3D printers and do the geodesic domes and this stuff. I mean, to immediately try to stabilize, or in Superior, Colorado, after the fires that happened in January, which we all got scrubbed from the media, right? And these people are still suffering horribly. It's amazing. It's horrible. It's absolutely, it's terrible. But we these people get forgotten about. That just gets moved on to the next headline. But anyway, where these groups that come in that would at least get things built up to a level where when they did exit, it would be easier for the people to recover. But like I said, a lot of these places, and like I said, I talk to people and they'll take videos. I'll send them and they're like, yeah, it looks kind of like it did 2 weeks after the event when most people left. So, let's see. Jim is saying, Vanessa, were you around in Alaska? December 24th, 1990. DC-10 came in for field blue. Ouch. Wow. Vanessa's saying, yeah, the interesting thing is at retirement age, you can make whatever you want. Interesting. So, yeah. Whoa. She was up there from 1872 to 1987. Wow, Vanessa. I mean, that's like 10 plus years. Your pension is awesome. Yeah, I know that's not what you meant. I do that all the time. So, yeah. I have to I have to check my emails a little more, but thankfully, to kind of just check some for us. But I tend to just abbreviate things down. It's not that I write stuff that's crazy. I condense things down quite a bit. People know. So he had to say, my dad retired in Wisconsin. He did over 25 years working with combat vets through the VA. So I live in Wisconsin, Keith. Heath, you probably know that. So it's awesome that your dad worked with combat vets. That's admirable. So Toma, King, Madison, or Milwaukee are some of the larger facilities. King is pretty amazing because it's near a small community of Wapaka, and it's on a chain of lakes. So and it parts of it were built after, oh God, as early as after the Civil War. There were like just individual small like houses, and those have all been be removed. But yeah, it's rural, but it's really scenic and beautiful grounds. So yeah, well, I'm going to do a short commercial break. Sean, I know where Shawano is. Yeah. So I don't know what would have been near Shawano's, but yeah, obviously you're saying if it's in Shawano. I used to drive through Shawano on my way to the Green Bay Packer games in the 1990s. Always through Shawano. Just to stop there like a quick trip and grab a slice of pizza and something to drink. New York Outcast saying, hey, I got to run. Have a good night, everyone. You bet. So let me do the short 2-minute break. I'll come back and then we'll wrap up. And these are the book promos. Now, one thing, I mean, those of you who have written reviews, who've read School of Errors, thank you so much for reading this book. So much more than school safety, right? Talk about the 9/11 harbor rescue. There's a lot of deep psychology in this book. This book continues to grow in popularity, libraries, and it's a really well-written book. And if you're interested, check your library. A lot of libraries have this. Somebody emailed me and was asking something about the book, and like maybe a month ago, and I said, well, ask your library if they can get it for you. And they checked and their library had it. So I was like, well, then you're set. Then you've got it. So yeah, please, consider this. And if you also are a parent and you have kids in school, like this is going to give you the insight to how things happen in the school safety aspect of schools, right? If you're a taxpayer, how are those dollars getting spent on bollards versus surveillance cameras versus radios versus drills? And yeah, this is I love this book. Right. So anyway, but that is something you can do for you to send an email to your library, right? Because they're going to ask, do you live here? Like if I email them, say, hey, you should have this. And they're like, well, you don't live in Bellevue, Washington. So, but like wherever you live, if you email your library and say, please, if you don't have this book, please get it. It's important for our patrons to have this book, and let me know when it's in. I'll come in and pick it up, so with my library card, right? So, and then it's absolutely thrilled to hold this. Been waiting so long. But yeah, Velocity of Information officially, you can pre-order it now. But this comes out April 11th. I think Amazon says April 1st. I don't know. They've been moving the date up, so maybe they've printed quite a few of these already. I don't know. Now, hard copy is expensive. It's like $75 for hard copy. So I wouldn't expect anyone to get hard copy. And the reason they do that is because they sell these to libraries. Publishing, and libraries want a sewn, heavy bound book that is going to be durable and last. But the paperback version is $35, and the book is excellent. So you're really going to enjoy that. Ebook's out there for $33. So good night, Heath. Yeah, good night. Thank you for being here. So yeah, definitely appreciate that. So Vanessa saying the school board threatened to pass a law to make it a crime to speak against. The school board meetings, they rescinded that one. Yeah, so that's where if I went into another book on safety, school safety, I would kind of branch down into some of the stuff that's happening there. So, all right, I will be right back, and in the moment, enjoy these.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David Perodin clarifies human behavior during days, weeks, months, or even years of chaos. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, "The velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. The velocity of information will teach you how people have done it in history, in the modern day, and even in prison. There are teachable moments on every page." Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer. A must-read for parents, teachers, and taxpayers. Dr. David Perodin has written the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex. Attorney James Sibley proclaims, "A brave demonstration of speaking truth to power. School of Errors rips the lid off the billion-dollar school safety industry. Using real-world examples of successful responses in desperate situations, David contrasts the expensive window dressings pitched to panic parents with the inexpensive and effective approaches proven to actually work. Read this book before you let your school waste another precious dollar on meaningless safety theater." Buy the international bestseller School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, now at Barnes & Noble or Amazon.
And we're back. All right. So Sast is out of here. So checked the library at the base. He was out of, okay. So good night. Yeah, got it. This is Ministry of Otakawa. So literal totalitarianism, Vanessa. And if you have not subscribed to this show, please do. I have not seen you here before, but I'm glad you're here. Please subscribe. Very much appreciate it. So this is from Southwood Server. Doc, I'll email my library tonight about both your books. I appreciate that. That's how the information awareness gets out there. And it really, I mean, it'll work if you contact your local library and you believe in the book, right? And you're saying, I think we should have this here, and here's the reasons, and they want that information from their patrons, and then they'll usually add the book. So I'm not asking everybody to go out and purchase the books. I think I think both of these books have more than a one-time read value. What I mean by that is, like, there are certain books you'll only read once, and you'll be like, okay, like I know, I'm not going to read it again. I'm not going to learn anything new. But I've read School of Errors many, many times, and then I had to go through and prep it for my narration stuff. And there were even times then when I was picking out nuanced pieces of information that I kind of missed. I mean, I wrote the book, but I mean, kind of themes that came together because now I've done a different book and now they're looking at things differently. So I think it's one of those books you could pick up a year later and read, and you'd still be exciting, and you'd read it and it would be different. You'd adjust it to the current time. And also, like, velocity of information is really designed to be ageless to an extent, right? You'd be able to read it 3 years from now and immediately filter everything that's happening 3 years from now per what the book is doing 6 years from now, 10 years from now. So the book should perform very well in that aspect. So yeah, let's see here. So makes a good textbook. Yeah, people do use it as a textbook. So when I Google it, I can find it in classes sometimes. And then sometimes students will reach out to me, and it's also a book that's being referenced more in research. So that's kind of fun. I can see it on Google Scholar and other places. But it's weird because people will cite strange things out of there, which I kind of look at them, their paper, and I'm like, I probably would cite something a little bit different. But so, yeah. So, if as you think about it, again, if you go online and you contact your library and send them email, just their, after the show, just, jump on and send an email and say, here's a book, or here are 2 books. And like, I think we should have them here. And so I'll hold this book up again for Bob. So yeah, this one, Bob, this looks better in person than it does in video or pictures. Like and it comes over to the spine, how the light reads, but so it's a hard copy book with a, sewn spine, through publisher Roman and Littlefield, a scholarly publisher. There's the endorsements on the back, and 208 pages. And then many figures in this book that I had made for the book. So these exist nowhere else. So I can show you full index, 471 endnotes, but they're at the end of chapters. So 10 interviews in the book. So like Larry Lawton, America's Biggest Jewel Thief, in the book. Linda Stone, who was the vice president of Microsoft. But like, here is a graphic that I had made, commissioned for the book right there. So that is a graphic of the onset of chaos. And then over here's the description. This was something the publisher didn't want me to do. They wanted these images to be smaller. And I said, no, it's made to scale 6:9. It's got to be this big. So if we look at this, and I don't want to bend this one too much because I haven't broken this book in. I don't want to I don't want to smash. You have to brand. I've only had this book for a couple of days, so I don't want to stretch it out too much yet. But so here's the philosophy of information. That's my image, right? It's broken up into 4 different images. So here's the first one, a page ahead, and then so that's March of 2020, and then you go to the next page, and it's April, May, June. It says May, June, July there, but it's May, and then so it leads you through a full year of like 2020. What did we experience in 4 images, which is really cool. And then, of course, we had binge buying occurring. We had this was a Black Swan event. This velocity of information. Imagine that dot is you. By about the end of March, or last week of March, information was coming directly to you. So remember all those emails you got from your, like, hey, here's Calvin Klein, like you bought a shirt from us and we're with you during the pandemic, or, all these different companies. Hey, Lowe's, Garden. Remember that? Like, they're all in your inbox. You can just go back and check those. Like, there was, maybe 1 or 2 weeks where if you bought anything from anyone, like, you were getting all these support emails at the end of March. Somebody thought that was a good thing to do from a corporate level, which was pretty stupid. But yeah. So, but that really lays out well. You take those 4 images and it's phenomenal. I mean, I have it right here. This is what it looks like on a legal sheet of paper. This is in the book, but split into 4. So this was made for me. I designed all of this out with a graphic artist. So this didn't exist. So this is all my copyrighted visual of the year 2020. And we go into your crowd and behavior, wet bulb effect, all things that match with the book, all through here. But you see this then at the end of the book, and you're like, oh yeah, like then it brings everything back together at the end of the book, all these different parts, finite voltage, phase validity, and stuff. And people don't forget, people forget that in December of 2020, after the Bob, you got to get a copy right now. It's available on Amazon. I can't. It's $35 for paperback, but I'll tell you, man, it'd be the best book you ever have. $75 for a hard copy. I don't set the prices, the publisher does. But go to your library, they'll get the hard copy for you. But honestly, you will love this book. It'll be life-changing for you. One of the first chapters is essential versus non-essential. I wrote about Carl Mankey, who was a barber in Ossawa, Michigan, in his 70s, and they tried to lock him out of his business, like the state patrol. And he's like, I'm going to work, right? So, and we all got deemed essential versus non-essential one morning, right? So, but again, we never hear about that. Nobody talks about the fact that 2 years ago, every single one of us was deemed essential or non-essential. We had nothing to say about it. And like, that is just brutal, right? Like that is, that will impact people for years. People will make decisions on their careers, where they're going to live versus non-essential. Yeah, Vanessa saying, don't crack the bedding. Yeah, I've worked that one in a little bit. And these books will all be fine, but because on a hard copy, you have there's a little process to condition those in, and then they're fine after that. So, and because it is sewn, it's not a glued back. It's a really good book. It's just, I just want to make sure I do the proper break-in of it. But yeah, so yeah, don't crack the binding. So, it's Bob. So I mean, I think the book is awesome. Again, I had 10 interviews, peer-reviewed. The images, the pictures that I took that are in there, pictures that, were provided to me that are in the book. Larry Lawton, America's Biggest Jewel Thief. Juan Brown, a civilian pilot flying over the Oroville Dam. There was threat it was going to collapse, the biggest dam in California back in 2017. And he started to report on it. And, 500,000 people watch his video, and he has like 170,000 subscribers. And that's, in addition to that, he has like the Patreon part of that, like this huge membership, like hundreds of people for him to do that. So, but there's hope, right? So the Juan Brown chapter in there is, hey, like, as the media fails us, we can have our own people who fill in those gaps, right? Like, and are much more reputable, like Juan. And Juan covers a lot of things now, is very much a trusted broker of truth. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. So, was this, did anyone else's Bacon see neighborhoods that closed down, the residential streets to through traffic designated pass? Bacon sent that to me. That also happened in Pittsburgh, and I don't know where else, but yeah, Bacon sent me some of those photos where they were trying to, and as that would have had any real effect anyway, right? Like we want to decrease traffic, but that was coming out of Pittsburgh, did the same thing. So it was nuts. It was bizarre. I have things too, like that, the pictures that Bacon provided me, and some other things that I will use in presentations. Or the other thing I've wondered is, do I approach PBS and pitch this as a show, as a documentary about, and they might go for it, So if they did, I would bring in some of those and change things up a little bit. But yeah, I think this would make a really exceptional PBS presentation to talk about the velocity of information. The thing, PBS be a little on edge about like advertising, because obviously it comes out of the book. But I do think this would be a absolutely fascinating presentation on PBS. It's kind of that timeline and to talk about things. And so I don't know. I got to think about it. It's so crazy because I didn't think, I wasn't thinking about a third book or a third PBS presentation. I'm pretty sure though, if I did that, that would be it. There would be the trilogy. There's something weird too. Like I've just been thinking there's some completeness in me that feels there has to be the trilogy. Like to do one PBS presentation or to do one book is awesome, but it's kind of like a one off. It's one home run. But if you do two, if you can replicate that, that's pretty amazing. Like both PBS presentations they did were outstanding. Like I was just put so much time into those. Like those are both great. Both books were outstanding. Both books are, so I'm like, could I do it a third time? Could I pull off another PBS presentation and could I assemble one more book before I'm just kind of like done? So, Vanessa says the government here declared that it's a felony if you park near a state forest or park if said place was closed or limited space. It's felony to walk. We had that in Wisconsin during early 2020. Yeah. It was all state parks and they were closed, right? At the same time, when it was March, May, April, May, and summer. So I mean, at the same time when they're saying you should get outside, right? Air and sun and vitamin D, the governor shut down the parks, and So if it was crazy, and then they used something. Well, we don't have park staff. We can't take care of garbage and things like that. That's another thing where if you, and of course, and then they're saying, well, we can't bring a dumpster out because then people just bring their garbage and fill up a dumpster. I'm like, I don't believe that. Maybe, but I still believe that if you would come on TV, Governor, and would address people and say, for the next 90 days or whatever, we want you to be able to get out and to these areas and things like that, but take whatever you bring in, back out with you, or we're going to provide some, garbage receptacles or garbage bags. I believe most people will do that. And I don't think I'm naive on that. I think most people would. And you also have to do a risk analysis, benefits analysis. Is it more beneficial to keep your parks open and psychologically to, when is the last time we shut down our state parks? I don't ever remember that because of something, right? All of our state parks, right? So I think it's assuming people are not going to raise to a minimum challenge and we're underestimating people. It goes back to an interview I did with James Sibley on one of my shows a couple of years ago, and his son has autism, and we were talking about there was a big trend in the country 2-3 years ago to exempt students with disabilities, especially autism, but including autism, from safety drills, saying, oh, it's too dysregulating for a fire alarm, stuff like that. And James was like, no. It was the same thing. I was like, no, you don't exempt people. You either alter the drill or a little bit. So it's not, if it's too crazy for everybody, then we got to adjust it. But practice. And, somebody said this to me, and I think I wrote it in School of Errors. At least allow me the opportunity to disappoint you, right? Where people just immediately assume this is going to go bad. People assume the worst. They don't have confidence that systems or people will rise. It's like on 9/11, 500,000 people were rescued from Lower Manhattan in 5 hours. How does that happen, right? That these boats somehow come together and people know what to do and get out. But it does. And yeah, so I want to go here to Ministry of Ottawa. You have a lot of people that are denying that lockdowns happen even despite overwhelming evidence. In fact, that was enforced by a threat. You do. You have that. You're right. And there are parts of it we just talked about, right? In March of 2020 in the United States, everybody woke up one day, everybody, and you were either deemed essential or non-essential. Imagine that for a moment. Like, whoa. I mean, see, that's a title for a book, right? It could be essential versus non-essential. And I don't know, or I have to think that out of chapter, or that should be in here somewhere. But I wrote, again, there's a chapter, essential versus non-essential, in the Philosophy of Information, and we get into that right up front. So, because everybody went through that, right? So if you're reading the book, like, you've experienced that. But if you ask today, people don't remember that. people don't remember that they had no say in it when it would end, that suddenly they had to work from home. Suddenly your job was either important or it wasn't, or weirdly, you worked at a grocery store and suddenly you had to show up for work, right? And you got bonus pay of $2 an hour to take the risk. I mean, it was crazy. And then this whole thing of like reporting other people. People don't believe that happened. I have the screenshots. I know the sites and all that stuff. I did little videos, but people don't believe that happened. Oh no, I'm like, yeah, it happened like everywhere. Like here's all these places, right? Big cities and small cities, and they this happened. People don't remember it, right? So the velocity of information is a very stellar archive of 2020, but it's just not about the pandemic. The pandemic is included in there and is used as a tool, is referenced through there. But again, there's 10 interviews. Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief. Tell me about how you found out about 9/11 in a maximum security prison when everything was shut down and you were in a telephone booth alone in a room, right? Like, tell me about that. How'd you find out? How'd you know what was true and what wasn't? How did you place your bets on what was accurate, what wasn't? Like no one ever asked him that before. Guy's got 1.5 million YouTube followers. Great guy. Bob said, I take a trash bag every time I go to Woodstock. It might be a supermarket, but yeah. So the thing is like, so it's like Bob, right? Bob is an example. There are a lot of Bobs out there. There are a lot of us that would do that. And Bob just innately does this. I mean, he's a good person, right? But if you would have said as governor of our state, for example, hey, like we want this to be available to you during this time. But please, if you could do this, we would appreciate it. And people would. You would have a high compliance on that. But we don't even expect the basal requirement of people anymore to be civil or to be, I mean, like once you close the park, I mean, it's not, as your thought is, well, then people are going to go there and vandalize it. Well, if that's a thought, they're probably going to do that anyway, because the park is closed and people aren't going to be there. But, someone who had that mindset that they were going to do that. But I think you're right on. Well, I'm glad you do that, Bob, but I think there are a lot more people in Bob's mindset. And this whole thing was approached really poorly from messaging. Like, I'm trying to get the local library to do a book study on the velocity of information. We'll see if they do. They haven't taken me up on it yet, but I said, these would be great discussions to have, right? So ministry is saying they enjoyed the hysteria and it was all driven by hatred of a certain true. It was coalesced. And so when you say they enjoyed the hysteria, excitement is of something new, of something big becomes overwhelming and people wrap themselves up into stuff like that. And it really got strange. The messaging, and I wrote about it in the velocity of information, the velocity is much different now than it ever has been. And, there's this thing too of like people not giving up powers that they assumed during these crisis or chaos times, I guess. Like you have to relinquish the powers. And I don't know. The leadership wasn't humble. Leadership was, in a lot of cases, vindictive. It's very unsettling. Again, even now, stock market went down 800 points today, but what does that mean to the average person? Their 401ks or retirement accounts, is their business doing okay? Like for investment, is this reflecting, are there going to be layoffs because they can't get fuel and supplies? Is the price of products going to have to go up? I mean, are they going to have enough money to buy things? And yet we hear nothing. So I don't know. I would have, I think, done very well in politics as a servant leader, but also as a very empathic and upbeat politician. Not to be like a president type level, right? But if I would have pursued that when I was a little bit younger, I just kind of never thought about it. I mean, there are times I say like, a person like me is what's needed for certain things, like head of FEMA or head of, like, to be in these organizations or be in close to top management, which has kind of compelled me to take on a position here in my local area. Which, for the record, I am not trying to unseat anybody. It is a position which has become open. I'm not upset with anybody's performance or anything like that, but so yeah. So ministry, when we look at the timeline again, and it's in those 4 pages in this book, there will be a lot of things that people will be like, I didn't know that happened. I don't remember that happened. I don't, and the fact that in 2020 we had a lot of words which were introduced to our vocabulary, and then our lexicon, words that not only we knew but meant something. So if I said to you social distance ministry, you'd be like, okay, I'm 6 feet away. It had a meaning to you, be in your lexicon. So we had this massive amount of new vocabulary, and then vocabulary that became lexicon, that unlike any other time in history, in that short period of time. No one talks about it. Yeah. Part of it is, when you talk about great hysteria, it was such horrible messaging and communication. But even you could have been incorrect as leaders, but you still could have correctly messaged empathy and hope, and that we're trying, and transparency. Like, that could have all been there. It was there in the past. Again, the Committee for National Morale, we can look it up, the Road to Victory, all of those campaigns. So that's the part that just gets me, is like, I don't expect anybody to be perfect, right? Who was perfect in their last pandemic, but these are really overt. Vanessa's saying, leave nothing behind, bring more out in the woods. So in what Vanessa's saying, we go back to like where they shut down the state parks here. And I didn't write about that in the philosophy of information because, again, it's relevant to what we're talking about here, but it doesn't. So when you think about the book, you'll think about those things, but it didn't specifically fit in the book. But if you did a campaign with this, again, media, radio, put a sign up at the start when people would come into the park, most people would have done this, and other people would have come in and done and cleaned up stuff that would have been left there. So for what, you have 90 days, but no, you have to shut it down. And if you go there, you're going to get a fine. And it was just ridiculous. To me, it goes beyond ridiculous to appalling that we would treat people like that, have such a low expectation that they would do this. And then also this whole risk analysis of saying, oh, it's more risky for us to have them possibly walk next to each other in a 80-acre park or something, versus they're going right to the grocery store where 300 other people are at. I mean, and there's no apology, right? There's no acknowledgement. There's nobody reflecting back saying, yeah, we could have done this differently. Like, forensically, we can learn from this. And there's nobody doing that. So Kevin Dalton, who was running for mayor of Los Angeles, did a review for my book. And it's one of the things he said, he calls my book the pandemic playbook, and you'll be informed and infuriated. And it is something, because I was writing it during 2020 and again finished it in summer of 2021. So I wrote it as things were happening. It's not me looking back. I'm writing this as it's happening. So when you read that and this whole analysis and this whole conjunction fallacy and examples of how that fits out, right? At the end of March 2020, my mother's crying after a week of lockdowns because it was the first time she felt like an old one. And I'm sorry about that she felt that, Andrew. And she's not alone. I wrote about how the lockdowns affected elderly people and how they affected kids. And they were significantly different in both cases. Kind of a time dilation with kids and with elderly people. Yeah, it was, it had the effect which your mom, other people shared that same or similar feeling. And yeah, so and again, like, how do we match that up either at the time with trying to support people? I mean, there's other things that could have been done. You could have had like some national campaign where you're calling people and like, but that would have been so open for mismanagement. I mean, it would have ended up being people trying to scam people out of things. And unfortunately, I'm just saying, but yeah. So what you're, this whole thing with your mom too, it's reaching this thing called a finite voltage. And sometimes in a chaos event, it can be reached very early on in that. So that's horrible though. And what was the response from other people, and also a government response to knowing people are in this extreme duress? I mean, suicide numbers off the charts, which we never hear of. I pull up some of the data, and I wrote about it in the book. I didn't get, again, there was every chapter in the book was peer reviewed by 5 people, and they had directives from me, like, this can't be too dark. It can't be conspiracy. You have to be able to retell like it to me, like it can't be too, complicated. And any of the terminology needs to have examples, right? So like I had this all written out, for people, but that was one of the things I said, because you can't write a book that is sad or depressing, which you could, you could, right? But that wasn't the intent of this book. And that was one of the things. And right away, a couple of my reviewers said, ooh, like this stuff could really go in a dark direction for people. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. That's why to make sure it doesn't. Same with School of Errors. Like, you write a school safety book. And I had parents reading that who had children who were killed in shootings at schools. And I said, I want this to be punchy, but respectful. Like, I don't want you to read this and think, oh, this guy's a jerk. And if I'm striking that tone, let's talk about it, because that's not what I'm trying to do. So, guessing, yeah, this is, we're at this point, right, where we should have messaging coming out from the government on a pretty strong basis here for, gas and inflation and people's anxiety, because we get to these things that these could be very hyperbolic. Like, you could go from $5 to $10 pretty fast. So I'm, like in stock market, down 800 today, could be down, 2,000 in tomorrow, and I'm just saying, as the stock market reflects a lot of people's, if they're retired, it's their 401ks, or it's their future if they're approaching retirement. And it's also a reflection of maybe the companies that they're working for and their stability. And so that, I'm not talking about like people thinking, I'm losing, I'm not a multimillionaire, I'm a millionaire. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, though, this great uncertainty. Like, I remember years and years and years and years, where stock market, I was up 30 points or down 20 points. This wasn't much. Used to get the stocks in the back of the newspaper. So, ministry saying, and you have social media outlets have turned parodies of themselves true. The whole Anime convention and cosplay convention scene effectively mentally went off the cliff. Okay, I don't know a lot about that, but so you'd like my book. Ministry, you would like this. And writing this was not without its risk, right? Of having this book canceled before it got out, and I had to really work diligently to have a book of that nature coming out right now. There's a lot of people that don't want that type of book coming out. Chronic virtue signaling, purity tests, and virtue shaming in 2020. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So, and that is very strongly represented in the velocity of information, where the information also that we are radiating out, or that's being asked of us to radiate out, is increased substantially. And what does that mean going forward? So I think the last sentence I have in the book is, what does this velocity of information mean for us in the future? So that would be the question that the next book would answer. But I mean, this book was submitted in September to the publisher and went through, all the proofing stages and stuff. So like none of the Ukraine stuff was even considered at that time. So, but like you could if you read the book today, you would definitely see how Ukraine would fit. Plus, I interviewed Nikolai Razavayu, who was in Kiev biking for the peace race with the Soviet national team in 1986 day after Chernobyl. It's in the book. It's a big chapter. So it's really cool. Like, he talked about having to sneak away with his transistor radio to find out about the nuclear disaster. So, hyperinflation can happen in a tiny space. Yeah, Vanessa. Things can go hyperbolic super fast at this point. So, yeah. Ministry to Bacon, they're already demanding us to forget and vote. Right. So get this. So I don't have the images marked in this book, so I don't know if I'll be able to find them right now. But I had people take screenshots of, here's one. So this was a person in Utah. I had people during, the 2020 take screenshots and send them to me. I don't want to open the book too much, but this is a screenshot of their phone. And this was a buzz, the buzz on the phone, and emergency alert. And it was, so these things are in the book, right? Here's your governor of Utah. Tune in tonight at 9:00 for your latest updates and, the new restrictions coming down. So people would send me that, or here's like, the map of Pittsburgh areas that have high infection and low infection, and on your phone. And I'd be like, take a screenshot of that, send it to me. It's in the book. But when you read this stuff, you'll remember it, but you won't remember it if you don't read the book. Like, because again, like as we've talked tonight, who remembers essential, who remembers the day you were non-essential, or your school got shut down, or your career, like oh my God, like now I'm, like I knew dentists who were like, holy smokes, this is horrible. Like for my career, like I'm a new dentist. Now I can't have the office, and are we going to have to, Alprolemiton, the March 2020 dip looks like nothing on the 10-year chart now. Yeah, true. And it was 3 years ago, 2019, Dow was 25,000 March 7th. I looked it up today. So now it's like, 32.8. So even like if you spread this out over time, let's say the Dow continues to drop to 30,000 or 29 or even a 28, it would retrace to 3 years. So, it's, if you got below 28, then I'd be like, yikes, I don't know what's going to happen, but, it's possible to see major wins in the stock market as well. So yeah. And who knows, right? Something quirky happens. Somehow Ukraine gets settled, right? And something happens at the next election. That's something too. Like the 2024 election could change things drastically. So yeah, I'm optimistic, maybe. So let's see here. My points, yeah. Velocity of information in everybody's direction. So, Bob, you have to buy this book. Buy it tonight. Put a pre-order in right here. Seriously, I'm the doc, man. Come on. No. Safety. Look up my bio, though. You credential. It's a good book for you. When you say everybody's direction, that's the velocity of information. Velocity is speed in a direction. It's why I titled the book. And I came up with that title early on, and I ran it past Linda Stone, who was the Microsoft VP. And Linda Stone is founded continuous partial attention theory. She's brilliant. And Linda said, that's the title. Like, that is an awesome title. And because speed in the direction and right information comes to us so fast right now, directly to us, to our phone, versus, any time in history, and how it is only increasing, how we opt in with all these apps and other things like directly to us, and how the algorithms curate it to us. And I was like, yes. So that never changed. We came up with that, and I came up with it, and then she's like, and once someone like Linda Stone tells you that's a great title, like, I'm not messing with that. I'm like, I bet Bob would buy that book. She's like, I bet he would. She's like, I think Bob's the kind of guy who would be right away would go in and buy the book in paperback right now, do a pre-order for you. I'm like, I think he would. He's a good guy. Exponentials are the fastest growth rates. You're right. Yeah. So Vanessa's getting into this at a mathematical side, and she's right on, is once this starts, once you go from gas from 250 to 5 to 750, 750 to, exponentials roll. So you're probably much more likely now to see gas at $10 than you are to see it at $3. And there would be some curbs that would have to be put in, or government would jump in and put some thresholds on, whatever at some point, or some rationing or whatever, or some inflection point, right? If it got to $12, a lot of people would curb purchasing. But, and then, yeah, if you're not making money, it would get dropped down. This is crazy. Yeah. I remember gas in 90 cents 2 years ago. So, it was for a few days, like back in April of like 23 months ago, when everything was locked down and shut down, it dropped under $1 here. It was 90 cents. So 90 cents. When I was in high school, it was 77 cents. I have a sign. I have a picture of my car next to like a gas station, 77 cents. But yeah. So this is where things get, it's not only this, right? If it was gas, it's one thing, but it's everything. It's it's your Arby's, it's your soup, it's produce, it's everything is crazy. So I appreciate you guys. Yeah, well, thanks for the pre-order. It's really weird. It should be April. It's kind of a weird day. It's a Friday and it's April Fool's Day. So who wants to release a book then? Like, what in the world are you doing, publisher? April 11th, if you look at the date, well, first of all, it's a Monday. That makes sense. But if you look at the number 411, that's the angels, the message, right? So I didn't know, someone pointed out to me, but it means like confidence and stuff. But there was like this other sub meaning with the book coming out 411 that I kind of worked into it once I found out it was 411. But now they've moved it up, and I think they moved it up. Well, I don't know why they moved it up, but we hit all the deadlines and timelines and stuff, and I guess they must have got it through production. And like I said, I was surprised I got my books, because you get your author, you get so many books as an author from the publishing house, and I was like, whoa, like these were early. But yeah. So, well, Bob, I'll tell you, honestly, just go in and I appreciate the support. I really do. And even, contacting your local library, sending them an email, and, say, hey, these are 2 books you should have, which you should. They should be in libraries. They're in 400 plus libraries across the world, 450 now. I don't know. It's hard to track because there's not like one specific site that does that. There's kind of an aggregate I have access to, but I think Go into what the hell here? Well, go into Google Books. I think Google Books lets you see like 40 pages of both books, like so you can get a sample for yourself. They're pretty generous with that. And then, you can read the reviews. I mean, Vanessa's got a great one out there for School of Errors. Yeah, I think you'd like School of Errors. There's some, really great stuff on the social contract that I wrote. Hobbes Leviathan, of how, we give away things for alleged safety, right? And how this has been going on in societies for hundreds of years, but now it's kind of really manifested, and we don't have much to give away anymore outside of like agreeing to be microchipped or something like that. And then after that, like, what do you give away? But I think you'd really find value in it. But yeah, check it out, read. There's a lot of excerpts on, I think, the Google stuff that the publisher put out there. And but I would, and again, if you're anybody listening, your local library, please do that. But Philosophy of Information, though, there's nothing like it right now, and I don't know if there ever will be anything like it. I put so much time into the interviews and the research and making sure I had everything right with everybody, and plus my own kind of insight and expertise into this. I'm a speech language pathologist, and I specialized in psycholinguistics, or how behavior impacts word meaning. So that is a very specific skill set, right? So I bring that to this work too. And this is, this book that is, right, several times proved. There are no errors in the book. Like, everything is precise. Like, everything is 471 endnotes. There was a editor assigned just to the endnotes, just to all of the citations editor that went through all of the endnotes and made sure any questions, a double check. So like, everything is there. And these custom graphics that were made for the book, like, it is so well done. It's professionally, Roman and Littlefield is a scholarly publisher. They're very highly regarded. I'm a university professor, so like, yeah, you're going to get your quality out of it. You're not going to get this book and say, oh my God, it's nothing I thought it would be, like, or I'm disappointed in this. And that's just not going to happen. I'll just tell you, it's not going to happen. So Jim is saying, my disability is through SSRDI. I have no rating via VA despite arthritis, shell shock. I really do not like anyone making money off of the bullshit list. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear the frustrations that you're dealing with, Jim, kind of with the government stuff. But yeah, where did all of this money go? Also this fiat currency, that quantitative easing that's happening here in the last 2 years. I don't know. Bob saying, I worked at a gas station mid-'80s, gas rate 89 cents. Yeah. I remember, tooling around with my friends, like, like I was in high school in the 80s. At the end of the night, we'd each, check, put a couple dollars forward, whoever was driving that night, and fill up the car of gas before I went home. It wasn't a big thing. So I appreciate that, Bob. So yeah, you go there, and libraries will typically, if there's a patron who's interested, and especially Philosophy of Information, because it just came out. School of Errors, been out 3 years, so you got to do a little more convincing, because although like School Safety, it's become more of a go-to book when there are school and community safety events. But like Philosophy of Information right now, like, that's a really good book. I know libraries who are very excited to be adding it to their collection. I've talked to them, doing a few library events, with that. But it's really good. I mean, we need more people to do things like this. I'm not trying to toot my own horn too much, but I mean, like, it's really well done. And there's a lot of not only doc time, but doc money that is into this book. for example, when I interviewed people, like I don't get reimbursed for transcribing interviews. And some of it was just too much for me. So I would hire, there's transcription services. So you would send a recording and then they would transcribe it. So you'd have it back. And so like, that's all out of pocket stuff. It's some of that if you do more high profile people, they really want you to do that. They want that full transcription, because if you put something in the book and everything has to be signed off by people when it's all done, like I'm okay with what you wrote in this chapter from the interview. But Jim's saying, I was going to go out for my 50th birthday, no problem. The next year, people were losing or lost their minds over a big fat lie. Hey, Jim, you and I are like very close to the same age, because I turned 50 in November. So, yeah. Doc, have you ever sat through an inkblot test? I was in several. I have not. It's kind of weird. I never did. So, wow. I need to get a writing assistant to help me with everything. I have a couple of ideas for books, movies, or go for it. There are people out there who can help. I mean, like when I wrote Velocity of Information, like citations, right? So the book has 471 endnotes, which are largely citations. But I'm like, I don't know how to do Chicago. It was Chicago style citations. I'm used to APA. So I'm like, I don't know. There are all these rule sets on how you have to do this for Chicago style. Like, did you hear it? Like, were you eavesdropping? Then you have to cite it a certain way. I don't know. And it was overwhelming for me. So I just like had to say like, I'll get everything like in an APA style, and I need someone to convert it over. So I got to work with publishers. So like, I don't know this stuff. Like, and then of course, I'm not a graphic designer. So like I literally have the first images I made for the book on like notepad paper, and the lines are still on it. And I'm just like, I need something to look kind of like this. And, the graphic people are really good. And the specific graphic artist that did the majority of the work was like a mind reader. I'd be like, I need something like this and this. And then she'd be like, okay, I'll give you something. If it's close, let me know. And it would be like exactly right on. I'd be like, holy smokes. Like, she's just so good at what she did. And, but my skills are, I can take all of this information and bring it together. And then when I interview people, I kind of know where to go with the interview. Like when I interviewed Robert Travis, the chapter, the Alaskan crab boat guy. APA is what School of Errors is written in. So it's kind of, it's not very intrusive. You don't notice it when you're reading it but Velocity of Information is much more strongly cited. But Robert Travis, I interviewed him a few times, and then I would write questions to come back to in discussions. And that chapter is amazing. One of the sub-chapter headings is all 4 of my bosses are dead. And he talked about when he was working on the crab boat, all 4 of his bosses died on the boat. They get hit with like a refrigerator-sized chunk of ice and boom, be gone. So, we talk about functioning in a chaos environment, and then, when do people start to lose it? But these interviews were amazing. And one of the cool things too is like Robert Travis is a great guy. He runs a company called Rooftop Life Raft, and they manufacture and produce. He founded the company. They manufacture and they produce emergency life rafts to deploy from either like the roof or from like outside of a house, and all over the world, like Cambodia and places like this. And it's really good. APA, American Psychological Association. So it's a way to format citations. So one cool thing is like Juan Brown, Robert Travis, Morgan Rogue, they probably wouldn't be in anybody else's book, but they're in this book, and they're very important people. And, so it's pretty amazing too. Like that was part of the School of Errors. Katie Pashon, when I interviewed Katie Pashon, of Cajun Navy Relief, like nobody else interviewed Katie Pichon for a book, right? So I have this ability to kind of see how all this fits together. And School of Airs is wild. Like Vanessa can share this. Like it's super effective. It's coherent, but you go into this book and you're also introduced to Thomas Hobbes in the 1500s and the Hobbes Leviathan, and this English Civil War, and how we have a social contract, and really how that then carries forward to school safety, where people want this social contract where we'll give up security, like we'll do surveillance cameras 24/7, we'll do this for perceived safety. And it just kind of came to me like all this stuff. And it was the same thing with Fosse. There's a lot of stuff that never made it into both of these books, and you kind of put things together, but it worked really well for both of these books. They're so unique, right? Like you could never say like a robot could write this with an algorithm or a computer. They would never be able to come up with this in the personal interviews. And they weren't just one-off interviews. Like when I did the interview with Larry Lawton, I had Larry on my show, and then we talked, and this guy's a major celebrity. And, he was so vested in the work, and he is a great guy. And it is just, I could go back to him on one question and say, I'm not quite sure, Larry, like, or I have another question on this. Like, here's how I think I want to approach this. And one thing too with Larry is I said, I don't want to write this how other people write about you, because other people introduce you as they want to show the picture. Larry sent me some pictures, and, he's, of course, he looks really tough because he is tough. I mean, and I'm like, I don't want to put that in the book, because I think it takes you're a really smart guy, Larry. Like Larry's when he did these jewel heists, he would watch a place for weeks, and the way the sun would reflect off the window, so he knew like what time to go in, so people from the outside couldn't see in. And I'm not trying to glorify like what he did, but I'm saying he was very meticulous and used a scientific method in everything that he did. And I said, I want to reflect that in the book, the way that you focus in on attention and situational awareness and how you process information. And I said, people can look you up on the internet, right? And I put in there your character in Grand Theft Auto, the video game, stuff like that. And a lot of people already know who you are. But I'm like, I don't want to have your picture and people just calibrate to that image of, oh, here's a strong inmate, right? Like a physically strong inmate. I said, you're more than that. Like, obviously, you're a smart guy. I want them to see the intellectual guy. And that was part of what you did. And that's part of why you're being interviewed by me. And there was a picture of Juan Brown. And someone asked, well, why don't you have pictures of everybody in there? I said, well, the picture of Juan Brown is in there because Juan is standing at the spillway at Oroville with the workers. They gave him access, like as a civilian, and how he got access because they could trust him. That's why the picture's there. It's not about Juan. It's about showing someone who could get access because they were a truth seeker and they would give authentic information back to people. So that's why it's there. So like each of these pictures has this, and then, makes sense and stuff like that. But I mean, there's other pictures you could have put in, but I'm not writing bios about people. I'm writing about how this all fits together, but it's all done. It's good. Bob's ordering the book. I'll check tonight on Amazon. I'll know if it's there. My publisher will let me know. Vanessa saying, my paper on a hypercube of monkeys. I have my presentation already set to present to class. It's no that day. Yikes. Vanessa has a constellation of higher thinking that is amazing. And it's not where I'm at. I venture up in those areas and kind of move around and go to other areas, but she lives there much more than I do. I'm really impressed. I love how like I had something in the book and then she like takes it in, like wraps around other corresponding theories. I know we were talking about chaos and just the Rossler attractor and stuff. And I'm like, whoa. So like, so I appreciate that. Yeah. Red flag laws. Yeah. Vanessa, writing style for citing sources. Yeah, I've done a really good job throughout my career, but especially in these two books, exceptional. I don't think you'll find anybody out there. So people will say my writing is similar to Malcolm Gladwell, John Ronson, and Daniel Kahneman. So if you know any of those three, I'm probably really similar. And yeah, we could shuffle the deck, and my stuff would be in there. But I mean, I am more cited. Like I have 471 end notes. But again, it doesn't disrupt the book. As you're reading, you just see a little number 1 or number 2 or whatever after you go through things. So it's not choppy. It's just at the end of the chapter, right? So, but like it's all there. If you wanted to go a little deeper into it, you could go and you could find the articles I mentioned, stuff like that. So as you go through this, it's not one person giving their opinion, right? I give my positions in there are, but they're informed by all of these sources. No one I know has done that with this type of content. Like a Malcolm Gladwell doesn't really do that. Daniel Kahneman, yes. John Ronson, no. So I'm really heavy into that. So that's something too, like School of Errors. I've never had anybody challenge me on things in the book, right? As far as like the factual or the authenticity or accuracy or perceptions or stuff like that, because it's so well cited. It would be the same thing with velocity of information. Different opinions maybe, but you couldn't say like, oh, like that's inaccurate on whatever. So Jim's saying some ordinary gamers cover that, I think months ago, possibly Distro 2's. Whoa. Think 4 dimensions, hypercube of monkeys is the representation 3D of the stereographic projection from the 4D. Yikes. I have a hard time thinking like that. Yeah, I don't know. This is where I have to stop the roller coaster and say, I'm off. Vanessa's still on it. Like she's got all this stuff, but I have to stop here. Or I have to stop and like let Vanessa explain this to me because I do not have this. I am typing on a phone. Holy smokes, Jim. Vanessa, every time it's pretty slow. That's wow. I'm impressed. Yes. I like your conclusion, School of Errors. Thanks, Vanessa. So yeah. And writing School of Errors, what compelled me to do that? It wasn't like a lifelong thing to write that book. I was working at the School for the Blind, and that experience changed my whole perspective of safety in a good way. Like I said, it was one of the best jobs I ever had. And I learned so much, and then it just kind of was rolling around. Like I could write a book about, school safety. And I think like now I also have experienced safety in a lot of different ways, but in ways people haven't. Like who else has experienced safety as being a safety coordinator at a School for the Blind? And then it kind of went from there. And that book I started that book in 2017 and finished it in 2019. And Velocity of Information was more compact. I started that in, I don't know, I have to go back, but the one book took me like 20 months. School of Errors was 20 months to write. Velocity of Information was 18. When I say that includes the proof stuff with the editors, how they lay the pages out and stuff like that, which takes time. And so, yeah, but thumbing it. So, Bob, I hope you I hope you order both books. You'd love them. I'm not trying to put you in the poorhouse here, buddy, but and you contact your library and say your local library and say, hey, get these books, or just go to your library and say, I want these books, please, in our library. And when they get them, they will email you, and then you can go and check them out. They'll change the way you think and see things. School of Errors, and I worked with the New York City Department of Planning, right? So that's all in the book. I mean, they gave me access to a ton of stuff. They were very I expected that. That was so weird because I thought that was a long shot. I thought, you have to request things formally from New York City, right? If you want to talk to people or documents and images and stuff. And so I fill this stuff out. I'm like, they'll never respond. And they responded fast because they said, like, when do you need this by? It's part of the thing and whatever. And I put like 2 weeks, and like in 4 days, they responded and said, yeah, we can help you. I was like, whoa, really? And then the more I got into it and the more stuff I was looking for and trying to find, they assigned one person to me, Yvette Claire-Jean, who I think at the beginning of the book, she was awesome. She got a hold of me on a Friday night at like 7 or 8 o'clock. I was at Walmart with my family. We had just got done eating at a restaurant, and we did shopping. And my phone rang, and literally like 7 or 8 o'clock, well, my time. Like, well, no, it was like, so she was Eastern. So Christ, I don't know, like 9 o'clock her time. And she calls me and she said, I found the diagram you're looking for. It was a map of Lower Manhattan. Del Salvo did in a study of 2007. I wanted it for the book. It was very relevant for what I was doing, but I didn't have I had the image. I knew it was from one of the New York studies, but I didn't know which one. So I sent it to her. I don't know how I got it, and she was searching for this thing, and she's like, I found it. I've got it. And she's like, I will have our lawyers send the rights to you for like free. Like, I got this legal thing saying Dr. Broden has the rights to use this in the book. New York City only seeks that it be cited in this way. And they were great. Here you think a city of 8 million people, you're going to have all this red tape? God, no. Like they were, and when I was done with the book, like they used the, stuff I developed, the chapters. I mean, because it was, the rescue 500,000 people in 9 hours, or the rescue of 500,000 people in 9 hours from Lower Manhattan. So I, worked with Dr. Paul Rapp. We looked at the psychological aspect of that. And nothing like that's been done. Like there's been books, American Dunkirk, stuff like that, and it's all embedded. It could be its own book, right? It's embedded in here in a couple chapters. That was actually the original title, Lessons of Lower Manhattan, and it got changed at the end because I didn't think people would recognize that it was a safety book. So there's a chapter in the book called Lessons of Lower Manhattan. That was actually the title of the book up until the very last moment. So School of Errors is a play off of Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors, and the play on words there is that Comedy of Errors, you knew what you should have done and you did the wrong thing anyway. Like you're obviously making wrong choices. And School of Errors then kind of fit into that. Like school safety professionals should know better than what they're doing. So it made sense. There's a little side story on that, but yeah, working with New York City was just awesome. Like everybody on both books, even like I had the image of Oroville Dam in there, and I contacted Irfan Alvi, who was the head engineer with the California, water department. But anyway, I sent him an email like on a Saturday. I think it was a Saturday, and I said, "Here's an image from a report that you did on the dam, and is there a way I can get the image and get permission to use it?" And so I went out for a walk. My phone buzzed, and it was a message, and he said, "Yeah, I'd be glad to do that for you. Is it okay if it waits till Monday? Otherwise, I can get it for you now." And I'm like, "Sure, I don't need it at this moment." So he Monday morning he sent me the image, and he sent a statement saying, we give Dr. Broden the permission to use this in the book, so it's in there. And so that's another thing. Like people are really good to work with. They're really good people. You sometimes just have to ask. Maybe you're intimidated, or like, trying to get some of these interviews or get access, and I don't know. So yeah, research is done. It's kind of weird because I have I'm a professor too, right? So I teach 3 legal classes, advanced legal classes. So I'm researching pretty much every day. It's kind of always what I've done, but now, I'll read 40 research studies a week, which sounds kind of crazy, but um, it's kind of just, yeah. And I do a lot of policy stuff, but and I keep in contact with my former students who become administrators, because I'll say like, hey, like just recently there's esports is becoming a big thing. Like high schools around here are adopting esports league. So I got a hold of a couple of the soups that were in my class. I'm like, are you doing this? And like one said, yeah. And I'm like, can you send me your policy stuff and the stuff you had to the board? Because when I teach this, right, I'd like to see how this kind of you came to fruition, because everyone is going to be, doing this. And he's like, sure, like I'll send this out to you. So, um, oh my God, I remember those. That's crazy. Yeah. Big electric typewriters. So, all right. IBM car reader. It sounds like a SAST one too many when I had him on the show. So, all right. Tablet. When I narrate my book, School of Errors, I have our iPad and the book on PDF, and then I narrate. So that's at a sound studio. Thankfully, it's in my town. And then the engineer's listening as I'm narrating, and it's really weird because he'll stop. He'll say, "Stop." I'll be like, and he'll be like, "Read that again." And then, so I am in jeans. So, but every time I teach a university class, I always wear a sport coat, dress shirt, dress slacks, dress shoes. I used to wear ties. I've kind of got away from that. Um, but I will never wear jeans when I instruct a university course. I just believe there is a professional modicum to that. There's a gravitas that comes to the position that and I teach at a very prestigious private university too. So even walking, and I have said this, um, I said even walking on campus is its own aura, its own privilege. I'm not trying to make more of it than what it is, but it is a very special place. So to be part of that for 18 years, and it is I reflect that back out, like when I'm on campus, right? That I am, you know, I'm not showing up in jeans and a polo shirt. It's just not appropriate for that setting. Uh, so now I will stand up here. Yikes. I don't have my shoes tied, because typically at the end of the day I'll just kind of loosen them. So these are Hokas, which are really cushioned. So if you lean a little bit and you don't have them tied, you can kind of like fall back a little bit because there's so much cushioning there. So, but yeah. So what people say and do are sometimes different, big, and yeah, true. I am, yeah. No, I got it. That's good. So, all right, guys. So what I'm going to do, hey, I appreciate it, Bob. So yeah, I'm going to get to we have to pay Bob out a petty cash here because he's doing a good job of helping out the doc. Well, if you ever have another way you want to help out the doc that doesn't cost you anything, it is to watch some of my shows and bill up my watch hours, because I'm at thanks Altitude Surfer saying you're your best, doc. Appreciate it. But I'm at like 2,500 because I didn't do shows last spring and summer because I was writing the book. I mean, I was literally, like I was consuming, interviewing people, writing the book. And so I didn't have time to develop the shows. And so you have to get 4,000 hours in a year of watch hours to be monetized. So I don't have that. Now I've had steady viewership since I started the show again, like October, November. But I have this whole, for a year, like if you go back to March of last year, 2021, there's like very few hours because it would have been previous shows that people would have watched and things live. So yeah, if you ever go back and you want to do that, watch some of the shows. And there's, a couple weeks ago, I interviewed Josh the locksmith. It was a great show. Last week, Lee Jarvis was on. So there's a lot of interviews on this show too. Go back. Dave Hyde is a terrific interview. Larry Lawton interviewed on the show. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, well, thanks, Vanessa. Show was fantastic. I appreciate that. So yeah, we have the Conjunction Fallacy. I'll get that blog post out. So everything is out there on safetyphd.com. So all 172 episodes in audio. Well, they link out to YouTube, right? For video, I should say video. Audio is out there on Podbean, and they all get leveled. So if you want to download them and listen to them while you're doing something else or whatever, they're at a normal, volume. And then I write a blog post, which is about 700-800 words, about a 4 or 5 minute read for every show, and it links everything out. So that's pretty cool too, because you can go back and say, Josh the locksmith, he was talking about a couple things like you should do for security. And so I'll go back to the blog. Oh yeah, here they are. So I didn't know until I interviewed Josh. In a lot of places, you don't have to be licensed to be a locksmith or certified. I never knew that. So, which would have been great to know when I'm doing the school safety stuff, because now actually when I do the safety presentations, I did one, I don't know, just a couple days ago. I said, yeah, in addition to like vendors not being, required to be certified, locksmiths aren't. And I'm not saying don't trust a locksmith, but I'm also saying like with school doors and security and stuff, like, know the codes, right? Don't just call a locksmith to come in and say, put whatever here or install this. The locksmith probably isn't going to know the codes, like the building codes. So I saw him pick a lock with electric toothbrush. That's wild. So, wow. So cool. Check out my review on Amazon. Oh, Vanessa's saying it. I was like, did Bacon write a review that just went up? Vanessa wrote a wonderful review on Amazon, which is review 47 posted. So it should be the most current. I don't think there's if you go like in there and you check most recent, because it sorts it in different ways. But yeah, so, and I greatly appreciate that, Vanessa. I appreciate all reviews. And in addition, when someone is able to bring in their credentials, their professional credentials of as you did, and then as someone is contemplating purchasing the book, right? And they read, holy smokes, like here's someone who knows this content and plus knows the education side. Look at the review that they gave. I think that is so powerful. Reviews are so big in getting the book out there. That is, if I had to say like down to kind of just the one thing, it's reviews. It's not, advertising, marketing, whatever, it is reviews. Like that is where trust gets built with people. And the number of reviews, once you get a threshold, you get closer to 50 and, going forward. And as people read them and they read the people from the field are validating this, who have those areas of expertise, that counts. I mean, that makes people, they're like, okay, I've read some of these reviews, I've read this review by Vanessa. I'm going to get this book. So that is so important. So I really appreciate that. So Bacon's been over there, Pop. Yeah, I've been over on Pop stream also. So I like to catch him and Blake. So Papa's not too well. He's like a state over from me. I'm not saying he's not too far. It's like we have Lake Michigan in between us, right? So it's not that easy to get over to where Pop is, but yeah. But I'd like to meet Pop. I'm going to go over to Michigan into the greater Detroit Wayne County area and meet Joe Dolio. Never met in person. He's a big part of my book. So Pop is in Michigan. I'm in Wisconsin, but I've been in the chat on Pop Show. I've not been a guest on Pop Show, and I probably would never be a guest on Pop Show. Just because Pop Show is really big and all of. I want to meet Pop when I'm over in Michigan. When I meet up with Joe. Joe is setting up a tour of one of the World War II aircraft plants that is a museum now. He has access. He knows the people there, and they would do the tour. So Bob's saying, I do appreciate all you do, Doc. You're a great guy. Thanks. Much respect, my friend. Appreciate that. You're a really good guy. I love your attitude, Doc. It's a joke and roll. So what, man, I appreciate that. So please come back. Please make sure you return for these Monday shows, because I appreciate that very much. So, you know what? I think Blake, I don't know if that, I kind of see this too, Andrew, what you're saying. Blake isn't funny in your opinion. I like Blake. I don't think he's the best tag team for Pop. So that it's just kind of, I felt that's kind of I felt that too, as the two, I don't know what it is, but I just don't think it's the best match. So yeah, I think Pop should have someone different, or like a third person in there, and maybe Blake can be facilitating more of the things, and then like someone is doing kind of more. I don't know. Just it's something I've noticed that too. Multidimensional Taurus fractal. Oh my God. You know it, Vanessa. That's all good stuff. I know I'm 3 reviews away from 50. So, right. Someday I will wake up and there will be 50 reviews. So, yeah, which is good. I remember when like the first review was posted, like, well, I don't remember it, I guess, but I do remember the first few that came in of just like, oh my God, somebody reviewed a book that I wrote. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I think, Andrea, absolutely. I'd like Blake. I think there's like a dynamic of a third person that would benefit the show. And maybe it's just because now Blake there's a lot to do on that show in real time, right? With different cameras and all of the different streams of me. I don't know. I think it would benefit from that. I don't want to speak poorly of it, because those guys put a lot into this, and they're smart guys. And but Aircraft Museum, yeah, there's one in Oshkosh, not too far from me, the EAA Aircraft Museum, which is pretty awesome. Although I didn't realize, like, they have all the pinup girls and, well, stuff on the artwork on the front of planes is all in there too. So I'm there with my kids. I'm like, geez, like I need a little heads up on this. So it really is pretty overt, so I'm like, it's authentic, right? But I'm like, holy smokes, I just got a heads up here around the corner here for parents. So actually I brought that in. I wrote a little bit in the Velocity of Information about that. Had to do with the World War II section. You're right. Pop needs a rotating guest. I think that would do it. I think that would benefit the show. I think that's the missing piece right there. Yeah, that's a good point. So they could almost use another guy. Definitely use another guy. What if? Yeah, that's a thing, right? it's kind of a fragile setup, at least from the surface, for that show. Just that with the two of them, if one of them, was ill or something like that. So, um, that you could have someone else that could step in and keep that because that's become a big show. You could not if that show went down for an amount of time, it would be they would lose viewers and just it needs to maintain. So I think they need to broaden their base out because of their success. So if I am ever down for the count here, I just turn it over to the paranormal ghost which haunt this house to run the show. They haven't mastered all of the stuff yet, but they're pretty good at it. But we haven't taken anything live yet. They have a little bit of time, a little trouble here setting the mic up. It's kind of not their thing. I'll take photos of planes. Base. Wow, cool. I have ones of the C5A, C10. Cool. All right. Well, everybody, I just noticed. Thank you. I didn't even do the thumbs up here. Thank you for the 20 thumbs up. I greatly appreciate that. Subscribe. Yeah, the show kind of stagnated at 1,180. Then it went down to like 170. Now it's kind of like back up to 180. And then like I could set up a different it's Bob. Hey Bob. I do have the ability to set a second camera up on my version of StreamYard, my paid version here. And I do have a second camera, like a backup. But I don't know. I don't know how much of the show I want to get on to the production side of trying to like manage things as I'm actually doing the show. Like if it's really beneficial to all of you to have me flip to a different view here, but two things. School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, the most honest book ever written about the $3 billion school safety industry. Yeah, believe it, it is. And it's riveting. You'll love that book. This just out. Well, actually comes out April 1st, apparently, but The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times, 208 pages, 10 interviews. It's an exhilarating read. We start out the Gatlinburg fire and Pigeon Forge fires. So the collapse of physical time I wrote about, and that is just, and I wrote that entire section. So as you're reading it, it will speed you up. I shorten the sentences down. I shorten the paragraphs down. All these like little like subtle design things as I was laying this out. So it's not just this book where you're reading, like the book itself takes you on a journey. The book is designed to speed up your thought, to kind of throw you at a wall. And then you have to like be dazed and be like, whoa, okay, now I get it. Like I can understand like this. And then it has this complete style to it. Like it's very, I guess, very stylistic. It's just intended to be that way. Things are the way images are laid out where certain things appear. And so there'll be a number of subtle things which will impact your reaction in a good way. But the collapse of physical time is an awesome chapter. Oh my God. I mean, it is. Wow. And I've even talked about that. So. All right, subscribe. Yeah, it does expand your Taurus. Absolutely, Vanessa. So, yes, subscribe, and we have it. So I am going to, thank you, Vanessa. Thanks, Bacon. Thanks, Bob. Solitude, Jim. I appreciate it. Andrew. Yeah. All you guys, I really appreciate it. So I will take us out the same way that I took us in, and that is with our safety doc. Well, wait a second. I'm going to take us out here with the new commercial. So take care, everybody. And wait a second here. have to do this. All right, I got it. Okay. All right. I love this commercial, by the way. I love this trailer for Velocity of Information. So let me know what you think about it. I think it's awesome.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, the velocity of information will empower its readers. Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.
All right. We'll see everybody. Thanks so much for sticking around.